Don't be get. What's up?
So I took this phone check because and for so long, you know, we got to say some shit, because the picture you sent, I did find some of my other pictures. So yeah, we got to say 80 was what it is.
Yeah, he brought
Yeah,
those things.
and 80 came to say so. What we did, we said, we said the producers, so this fucking thing said, based on it.
Yeah, no worries. I. What's up? Hello?
Yeah.
What happened?
So I tried to hear you at first, but I like that.
Oh.
So I just told my friend about something that trying to find because I know Aiden had an organized a tray put him in there. I remember one had it. He had like a band that he kept for them. I don't know if he took it.
No, yeah, he had all that stuff. That's what I mean. Like those were like special things that he carried with him that like only he had. Same type of shit where I tell the office like order 100 of them so that you have them, and then they're like, "What do you mean? Why would we need that stuff?" Blah blah blah. Because the same thing I said about getting those fucking. Remember when we went to View Rail and I made a big deal about getting those anchor bolts and la 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 la. And then when Chase had to go get them, he had to wait a delay because he couldn't order them because they had to come in from somewhere. And it's like, I told them just to order a shit ton of them. Like, well, we've never needed them before. And I'm like, well, get them because we need them today. So you'll need them in the future at some point. But they didn't order any of them. So then they waited around. So yeah. So then there's all these fittings that like they should theoretically, now that if we know what fittings we need to do, then they should order like 50 of each and have them at the shop. And then every time that they have a laser install, they should, remember we talked about having a laser install box that was sent there with like, here, send the laser box that has the fucking hammer drill and all the other shit. And then it would have all the fittings and it would have all the other fucking hose clamps and No, every other company. It's not just Amada, Bystronic, Trump. You go to. I've been there to do a laser install next to people who were doing we were doing a press break move next to Trump doing 2 laser installs, and they sent like 4 or 5 of those big, like those. Yeah, the Knut boxes, the ones that you see behind like the catchers, you know, that they put all the catchers gear in behind the home plate at like the softball fields or the baseball fields that like back in the day they used to. Yeah, knack. That's it. Yeah. And they're usually beige and they got orange lettering on them. They would send fucking 5 of those with all of the shit for the laser install. And then, like, if you have to go get more shit, you do. But, like, that should all be stocked and then go out for the... But nobody... They don't want to do any extra work. They don't want to have to be in charge of keeping inventory and keeping track and sending stuff. They just want to be able to blame someone else for why it's not done.
So, stop. I think Tuesday, after Christmas, I'm there last Tuesday, and we're getting, you know, just getting on. And so, Jason Frank, like, apparently Cody, they made Cody, just flip the lower blade on that bitch Hermione here. And told him don't worry about doing the top blade. And Ken's like, dude, the top blade is fucked up. And he was showing me, and you can see all the jaggedness and everything. And I'm like, yeah, it is. I'm like, yeah, it is fucked up. And I said, why would they not? He had the bottom blade and flipped it. Why did they?
And who is they and what sort of expertise do they have? Because we've already established that the office doesn't know anything and that Joe Ryan doesn't know anything about the actual mechanical performance of. So if someone else is making that decision, even if it's Mike Ryan, I don't think he's qualified to make that decision, even though he's the CEO.
So Cody, don't worry.
Well, that's because they don't understand how shit works. Who should? Well, they're not trying to promote me or do anything. I mean... You know that would never... They would... Because, like, I don't want to be telling fucking Aaron what to do or Tim what to do. They would not... They wouldn't be happy with any of that.
We took fast blood.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I want that position either because I don't want to be going to the shop all the time. You know, like, that's definitely...
So I get up there.
The ring's not exactly what I'd define as close. 45 seconds. Fancy and withdrawal this way. Fire it!
So, the dust collector, there's no electrical schematic, there's nothing. Okay. And it's a seamless, you know, control on there. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I see that, so the customer gave me all the information that Joe sent them. And he goes, well, I was told to do 3 phase to this. paid 400 for the ground. So I'm like, okay. I do the voltage check, like 47. I'm like, perfect. And I'm looking, I'm like, at the neutral slot, and I'm like, okay, there's nothing here in neutral. And the customer go, well, you know, the document says no, it doesn't require it. And I'm pretty sure it does. But I said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to power it up and check it. And lo and behold, it won't power up. Because I'm not getting the 24 volts to come on out of the power supply because everything is going to the neutral. So
Introducing your
Tyler's
champion.
calling me up. He's like, hey, you know, Joe Ryan's bugging me and all this and that. They're expecting that it's the only thing you a day. And I'm like, Tyler, I said, here's the problem. You can't get the dust collector pop up. I said, train them. I got to done and train them on it already. You can't get the dust collector to pop up.
Money, how about there?
You can't run parts in this machine without the dust collector because
No, yeah, that dust collector has to be. It's got to be connected into the machine so it sees it too.
playing it is so like what I don't know what it is for, and to be honest with you. So I Googled the information and copied it and sent it to Tyler. And
Enough lambing around, we're dropping.
All of them like, look, it is the key. First fatality. The dust collector is an outside. This continues using style dust collector, and I why.
Well, yeah, and obviously, fucking Ermac has a surplus of them that they're still just shipping out to people.
Oh, fucking ridiculous, man. Fucking ridiculous.
Well, you should definitely have that conversation with Tyler or Mike or someone and say, hey, this dust collector isn't even fucking the one that they basically stopped making it, but we're still pushing it out to customers.
Well, here's what I found. So,
we could just walk it.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
That Joe Ryan and all of them, the Ryan know. They're out there that they deal with. So, they
Not far from the ring. Half a minute.
set up and basically got a kick out of it. So Joe Ilga, whatever, Joe I basically was the salesman for this, and Joe Ryan like overseen it. And so, MacTech made a shit ton of money off of this being the third party.
10 till ring
But
closes.
there's no information on it.
Yep.
And I finally got I got
In progress.
over in Germany.
Ring.
And hey, we
Moving now.
apologize, but
Rápidamente.
we're closed to January the 8th. I said, okay. I appreciate it. They was like, we can't support you with anything right now till we get back in office on the 8th.
Yep. Not surprising, because that's what I thought was going to happen with that when I called HydeMech today. They weren't in for a fucking long time, and finally I got a hold of it. And their numbers, they must have changed their, like, system. So, like, I called the normal number, and I didn't get a fucking menu, and it's, like, asking me to call to enter someone's name into it. I'm like, I don't know. And, I tried to put service in and whatnot. I ended up hacking by just hitting 2, and it went to parts. And then I told them I needed tech support, and they transferred me over. But I'm like, dude, I used to have a direct, when I'd call in, they'd be like, you need parts, do this. You need, hit this number. You need tech support, hit this number. Sales, hit this number. Yeah, so I saved the actual direct tech support number for HydeMech in my phone, but
Attention. There is a
But yeah, so then I finally got a hold of them, and then I was, but they didn't answer until like noon. But I kind of figured out what was going on in the meantime, but I didn't know where the fuck the encoder was at first. I just fucking was searching this machine. I finally found this little cover underneath where it turns, and I'm like, and yeah, sure enough, the encoder was in there, mounted to a bracket in like the most awkward position ever. I'm like, what? Even the guys came over like, dang, they make you work in there. I'm like, yeah, I don't know who designed this thing.
Oh my god.
It's a fucking because the encoder attaches to a little gear on it that spins that rides along a little almost like a curved rack and pinion.
Look at shield. Have to reload it.
Yeah, it's underneath. It's fucking a pain in the ass.
Wasn't able to get it.
Taking fire. Health draw, meet your need. Just give me a
God.
I got you all. Another team.
Did you see
So,
how great I was?
like, I can't take it. But that's what I said, yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know because I've seen what happened. I've seen good and bad when people ought to assume that neutral is ground, and it's not. It's not. Ground is the protection. Neutral is the controls people vote in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you can override it and trick it to make it fucking just work.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, working. You know, you got to set rotation on those. So I did all of them and got everything working and stuff. But the customer's pissed off because he's like, he's like, man, he said, we appreciate it and everything, but that's gonna have to pay for my electrician to come back. I said, hey man, give Tyler a call, Joe Ryan, yourself a call.
You mean at Tremont, they're complaining, dude? Their electricians were there for weeks. That's on them. If they didn't figure out why wouldn't they figure out all their electrical shit while they had their electricians there? Why didn't they figure out all their electrical shit? Why they had their electricians there to begin with? Oh, well, then if Joe fucked up, then it's on him. But it should be the same requirements as what's required on the other side for the other machine. It should be the same as what the other machine requires. It's not? It's a what? But yeah, but what about the other laser? So that's different than the other dust collector they have?
Introducing your champion. There's a thin line between my
So it's not the same dust collector as the other laser has, is what I'm saying. No, there's a laser right next to the new laser. The laser that's already at Tremont.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Oh. Well then, yeah, then. Oh, well. Well, yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that thing because I know nothing about. Well, yeah. Dude, I know there's communication problems. Like I said, I mean, even today, I'm like, why are you sending me this pointless email? Like, some of you may or may not have received this. I'm like, I didn't receive it. So why do you need to send this to me if I'm not involved in it? Just to waste my time and have me read an email that's pointless? Why don't you just fucking send it to the people who it pertains to instead of just being lazy and hitting all for everything that you all do instead of just sending it to the people who need to be fucking copied in and don't clutter up other people's shit. I'm not fucking responsible. It's kind of like when they send out reprimand emails and I'm like, why the fuck are you sending this to me, you fucking bitch? I'm not part of this. Don't fucking include me on someone else's bullshit. Have the conversation with them.
New kill leader, eyes out for him.
It's like, it's weird. You include everyone on everything and have it all as one, and yet then when it comes to like rules and shit, you make individual rules and individual this and individual that. The fuck? You're doing it backwards. Well, that's how it goes, though. I'm so like, I've just accepted that this is like how it is.
Thanks.
But then when they have chaos, it's kind of like, yeah, well, why do you think there's chaos? And why do you think it's always like, and they'll be like, well, we're making money, you're not that bad. And it's like, dude, what? You guys are just not self-aware.
Attention. The kill leader has
No.
been eliminated.
Yeah, well, and I don't know if Tyler's going to be honest enough to let them know that shit, or if he even realizes it himself, but that's kind of it. I don't think that he's going to actually tell them, because kind of like, he basically told me the other day that, like, so I guess, I don't know whether you were there, whoever was there, they were supposed to be putting together a slap boss, and someone else was supposed to be working on a shear or something, and Tyler's like, Mike went out there, and then 3 people were working on a slap boss to get it done, and then Tyler came and was like, and then Mike came to Tyler to ask him, he's like, see, this is what goes on, why are 3 people, why does it take 3 techs to put a slap boss together? And he's like, Mike, you gotta listen, that like, you gotta realize that like, these people saw you coming, and then so all of them are gonna want to fucking jump through hoops because you're the CEO, so they, you know, he's like, oh, so you're telling me I'm part of the problem? He's like, yeah, kind of, but
Oh my God.
yeah, but like, that's kind of it. But it's also like, I mean, I was like, I had to be like, it's partially that, it's partially also, it's not that people are jumping through hoops for Mike, it's that fucking Jesse is a goddamn shop warehouse boy. He didn't know how to assemble those things, so other people were kind of training him on how to do it. And that's what you guys don't get, is that like, while when 2 or 3 people are working on it, it either requires 2 people's input or manpower and hands, or one person is helping another one because the first person doesn't know what they're doing.
It's just they put it together without
Or they come, yeah, I don't know what they do, but they come with either a long bar or a short bar. One of them has 3 of them that have to get bolted together, and one of them has only 2. Well, yeah, but some of them are already wired for only the 2.
here's the problem. You got and so that's what I'm looking at it because it was my baby got this like, hey, this was like November before Thanksgiving. My baby came and Jesse's like, Cody is the first one. Jesse's like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, that.
Because the cable down was like, hey, the cable's out your phone. That's the problem. But they didn't have the extension in the middle.
Oh, so they cut the cable.
Kill leader appointed.
New kill leader, eyes out for him.
And look at the phone. I said, this is not they made it. The idiot
Well, I don't understand. 'Cause I'm telling you, when they first made those, I talked to them. I was like, hey, you guys, because I built a bunch of them, and I was like, hey, you know that like half of these are like 9 foot long fucking arms, and half of them have like a 4.5 foot arm. And they're like, what? And I was like, I don't know, but like they had all come with them, basically folded up, but the wires were already connected. So all you had to do is like pull them out and either connect the 2 arms together or connect the 3 arms together. And they were already wired, and they were wired at length. So they must be sending them in a different a different way now, which I wouldn't doubt. But
Next ring's not close. Attention. Delivering replicator.
well, we're buying the cheapest stuff that we can buy, and that looks like something else that's on the market, and then selling it at whatever they can sell them for. And then being like, fuck it, our techs will deal with it, or the OEM will deal with it if something's wrong with them. But we're going to get them for this price, and we're going to sell them for this price at like triple the cost, and make a shit ton of money. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's their business model, is buy something from somewhere for cheap and then flip it.
Listen up. The ring be closing in 1 minute.
Yep. Absolutely.
Ring ain't close.
This place has seen activity.
Got
There's a
some
job tower
materials
here.
here.
Last week, and I was just saw something else, and I asked them about the stuff, and he was saying that our like 21 million.
Well, it was 21 million last year was their sales or whatever, so I don't know. But and then Tyler was trying to talk about us getting to 3 million on the service side by the end of the year.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
And I was like, okay, I mean, we're not going to get paid for this laser job. And you just had us spend however many man hours on that laser job that you're definitely going to get not getting paid in 2023 for.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
Yeah. But what I mean is, like, I don't know how you're planning on getting to $3 million at the end of the year. You're like, let's make this big push. But then the jobs we were on were jobs that we weren't going to get paid for.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Incoming care package. I love loot. Using raffle.
Recharging my shields.
And I know that's why they push.
Do you mean for the laser or? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Care package over there.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep. It's basically like it was like the Johnson machines that we had in the shop at one point.
Care package over there. Care package over there.
Damn, because they had talked to me about going to do one of those too. But maybe they had me do the fucking install instead. No, I'm talking about they had me do the laser install instead.
Attention. Delivering replicator. I'm spotted. Taking fire.
1 minute. The ring isn't far. Opening fire on the enemy. Great. The ring is close. Less than a minute. Get ready. It's zipline time. Hostile close. 30 seconds remain.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
More friends
They were like, don't worry, you're smart, you'll figure it out. Good luck.
recharging shields.
gotta understand, I had no documentation on
Yeah, you got to realize this is the situation they put us in constantly.
Warning. In progress.
We're all inside the ring.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Incoming care package. I love loot. Giving my shields a recharge.
take deals with 40, apparently. And so that's so
Yep. That sounds about right. They're like, hey, you're a dealer for this company? How about we be a sub-dealer for you? Kind of like they fucking did with, what's his face, down in Florida.
Recharging shields.
Does that guy even deal with us anymore? I wouldn't, I mean, dude, he can only get more and more, it's only going to be more and more problems. Like, it's never going to get better. Hopefully that guy realizes it. I mean, that was when, remember, we figured out that that guy was just, like, threatening lawsuits just to get people to jump through hoops for him. But, like, it's never going to get better for him. It's like he had it the best that it ever was going to be. It's only going to be the way that it is or worse. Just like everything else has always been. It's like, it's not going to get better. It's only going to be how it is or worse. So, like, he better either figure that out and then, like, figure out how to pad his bill to make it worthwhile or get the fuck out.
Care package.
Oh, really? What? Well, they make him pay for, like, the labor or whatnot, right? Because kind of like the way that we would theoretically pay for our labor because Urban doesn't, really, Urban's the one who's supposed to warranty it. So it's not like MagTech is refusing to warranty it. It's more like...
Taking fire. Very good. We finish off the whole squad.
Yeah, no, I'm here, sorry. No, yeah, that, I mean, that's, I get that because MagTech doesn't want to pay for that, but like, MagTech pays for ourselves when we go to a customer, right? They pay for, like, they pay for us to go. It's not like Urban reimburses them for us going and spending a night in a hotel and driving to there or blah, blah, blah. For a warranty call.
Beginning ring countdown.
That's my point. Is like Urban is selling it to them with no warranty, but then they choose to sell it with a warranty. So like, well, if Urban sold it with a 1-year warranty, then Urban would be on the hook and be sending their techs to come fix the machines. You know, if it fails.
Taking fire. Enemy shield.
Reloading.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Great. Already inside the ring.
Yeah, I mean that's clearly what's going on. But what I'm saying is, like, obviously, I mean, MacTech's gonna honor our warranty to our own customers, right? But like, I understand why they're not why they're charging him, because they're paying for whatever cost for that. So like, in theory, they're just saying, well, if you're selling the machine, you're accepting the risk and selling it. But reality is, it should all go back to Urban's 1-year warranty, and Urban should be honoring it themselves. So if their machine fails, Urban should be theoretically sending their technicians to go fix whatever the fuck's wrong with these machines. Or paying MacTech and reimbursing them for all their warranty calls, which maybe they are doing that. And maybe they're doing that, and then MacTech is double dipping because they're getting paid by Urban, and then they're also making this guy pay.
The ring is close.
Would you put that past them? So, you know, I don't know what that's the thing, is I don't know any of the, I don't want to know it, to be honest. I don't want to have to answer those questions or deal with them.
I'm taking fire, friends. Giving my shields a recharge.
Rings around the corner.
Yep.
10 left.
That's why
Giving my shields a recharge.
digital check
Throwing thermite grenade.
where we can go online and check something, make a payout. No, man, I
Fire, friends. Firing.
Mend the materia. The final ring is closing in.
I'm out of heavy ammo. Reloading.
do my job so long.
Yep.
Recharging shields.
Hostile right here. Hostile right here.
Repairing my damages.
Oh, it's good. I went skating, and my two fucking nephews whacked my fucking shit. We went and played hockey, and one of these fuckers blew my hamstring out. He hacked me. I got a bruise from like the fucking, basically like almost underneath my knee, almost at the top of my calf, all the way up to my ass. Yeah, but I mean, shorter than that, everything else is good. Except my two sisters did get me a new fucking house project I gotta do, because they know that I won't drink like water from the pipes because I'm fucking paranoid about lead being in the pipes and whatnot, you know? So they got me a fucking reverse osmosis machine that filters the water and then has a 5-gallon like tank that sits underneath your sink that has a, you know, a little fucking faucet tapper on it. And I'm like, fuck, so now I gotta drill my granite countertop out and fuck. Yeah, but whatever. Yeah, it's worth it. And I was like, wait, how much did this cost? I can't have this. I can't take this. And they were like, it was less than what you spent on the kids and fucking whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, well in that case, fuck it, I'll keep it. So, how about you? What? One of them's 15 and one of them's 5.
Oh, so you got the 15-year-old. I'm sure you have home fun with.
Oh yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, well, he plays hockey, and then I mean the little one he plays like in-house hockey and whatnot, but he like used to be afraid of the fucking ice, but now he's like, he'll skate a little bit, but like, dude, I never seen a kid fall so much on the ice. I'm like, why don't you fucking learn to skate before you're like out here like swinging your stick around and shit? Bro's trying to like slap shot. I'm like, dude, you can't even stand on your skates right now, bro. Don't be slap shotting.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
No, I don't think Adam plays anymore. Adam fucking moved to Leesburg. Bullshit. Yeah, the team that he was playing with was in Rolling Meadows, Illinois. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know, he may go to like a rad hockey skate or an open skate once in a while, but like, he's not, I don't think he's playing on it unless he may substitute. Like, I get all these calls all the time from people trying to get me to substitute, but like, I really don't want to do that. But like, I can only imagine that he can't be playing for Rolling Meadows anymore, and when he lives in Leesburg. So,
I know where we want to be.
well, no, I made a name tag thing, but I only was able to make the ones for Mike. I figured out now, I got it, just now had it edited. So, but I made them in like, dude, this is what's fucked up.
This is your champion.
So I spent like a bunch of days, because I had to do filament changes throughout the thing, because it's 3 different colors. So, and I bought a shit ton of different orange, white, and green filament. So I made 4 different types. I made 2 of each with Mike's name on them and asked him to like, I said, hey, whichever one of these you like, you know, we can, there's 2 PLAs, there's 2 PETGs. You can mix any of those colors, whatever orange or green or white you like best. Let me know, and then I can print these for the office if we get like, if people have offices, which I found out later that like, they're not like, this isn't our own facility. This is someone else's facility that we're renting space in. Yeah. I found that out and I was like, yeah, that's what I said. I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, someone else owns it. The whole facility is someone else's facility. We're just like getting a little space in it. So it's like, oh, great. So now we're basically going to be working around someone. I thought we were getting our own space. But no, we're getting someone else's space, what their leftovers is. So I'm like, oh, so God knows if we'll even have offices. They probably will just try to slam as many people in there, put people in the hallways again. Like, you know, like zero self-awareness that like, hey, we probably shouldn't have our employees sitting in hallways. It's fucking weird. I'm sorry, but like, so yeah. So I printed that shit in 3 different colors, and I printed 8 of them because I printed 2 of each, and I gave them to him, and I gave him $100 gift card because I was gonna print a shit ton of more, and I was gonna order this other shit from China, but it couldn't come. So I went and put that all in a card, gave it to him, and then he's busy fucking texting me about, hey, I saw you in the Explorer. Are you taking that on vacation? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, something about your ideas, but hey, you can't be driving that car, la la la. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody said anything like that ever to me, and I'm paying for all the gas, and that's what I told him before that. He's like, oh, well, I know you don't mean any ill harm, so let's just drop it, but you can't be driving MacTech vehicles for personal use. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm not allowed to go get lunch with my vehicle or go fucking anywhere when I'm in a hotel, or when you say, hey, go home and spend 16 hours in the hotel because, you know, because there's fucking...
The whole 9, and I mean real mileage. None of this bullshit.
No, yeah. Well, that's it. That's why I'm like, dude, I don't understand. And like, if I need to like stop somewhere, like you can't like, and that's the thing is like, you don't really understand what you're saying when you're saying no personal use, because theoretically, when you're telling me that you're not paying me for that fucking whatever time that I drive up and back to the office, then theoretically, that's personal time. So what, am I supposed to like drop the car off at MacTech and then use my own vehicle to get home or some shit? Or like, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm being covered under MacTech's insurance, like if I get in an accident or anything, you know, that would go on workman's comp, then that is all part of the business. But I don't know what the fuck they're looking at. I'm like, dude, that Adam doesn't have another vehicle. So he's driving that thing for personal all the time. He's fucking pulling a boat with that thing all the time. You know, I know the show doesn't have another vehicle. He drives that thing for personal all the time. So, what's the company policy here? Or are we just making special rules for special people? Yeah. I think that that's like how you conduct business. Well, yeah, and then they get mad when other people give them shit back. It's like, well, that do you not understand why people treat you the way that like you're treating them?
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Yeah, no, they all do. That's it. And not only that, I guarantee you that like Aaron drives that vehicle, and fucking when Aiden was here, that was his. He had his wife drove one vehicle. He drove the fucking work thing.
The work van. Yeah.
I used to. I mean, I have driven that work van to Mike's house for parties. I've driven that work van to like I remember I'd come in and Ellie would be like, "Hey, my friend who lives she lives over right. My buddy that's in the wheelchair. When he was living with his parents, right over in Wheat, right next to where one of Ellie's best friends lives, right? And so she'd be like, "Hey, I saw the MacTech van over there," and she'd be like, who lives over there?" She never said, "Hey, by the way, you're not supposed to be in that van driving around." You know, you would think that someone would say, "Hey, you're not supposed to be in that. You're not supposed to do that." I thought that. I mean, I've been doing that since fucking, and it's not like I drive that far. I haven't taken, like when I went to fucking Vancouver, I took my own vehicle. I fucking rented a vehicle to take on that. I didn't take the fucking work vehicle. But like, if I'm going to fucking the gas station down the road or to Walmart, which is half a mile away, I may fucking jump in the fucking work truck. And I can't tell you how many times I put like $5, $10, $20 of gas in, and it's like way more than what I've ever used. And at one point, I was keeping track of mileage for gas, so like I know I was able to use it for personal because that was what we were doing. We were keeping track of miles and then paying for our own gas and then getting reimbursed based on what we drove for work.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, clearly these policies are just, they just change on a whim whenever Mike wants to fucking say whatever he wants to say. This guy got fucking told that, hey, you're going on from salary to hourly. I'm like, well, in theory, you might be able to make more money. I was like, I don't know what your salary was. He's like, well, I told them to break my salary down into 40 hours per hour. I'm like, well, so in theory, you should, if you're traveling all the time, you're going to spend more than 40 hours a week, probably. And then I guess you may also at some point not get your fucking salary because they may sit you at some point as well. But like, in theory, you should be making more money because you get time and a half where you're not getting time and a half.
Die
for
in
the
this
extra
thing.
time to sit in.
You live. How's that for a bit of encouragement?
This is your champion.
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
But that also, I guess, means that, like, hey, what you're, because I think maybe what happened was, because I've seen on the schedule where they have him sitting at home a bunch of times. So in theory, they're still kind of like Cody demanded that, like, well, you guys told me I was going to be a full-time employee, so if you guys tell me that I'm off, you still have to pay me at least 40 hours a week. Remember when Cody said that to them? And, like, supposedly they were honoring it at some point. And I'm like, that's fucked, because whenever I work less than 40 hours, they pay me less than 40 hours.
I'm the jump master. Yeah,
Come
could
by
be
Casa de
worse.
Octane for a cold
Someone
one.
else.
I make it look easy, but I'm still the champ.
I mean, it shouldn't even have come to that, though. That's the biggest problem, is like, you shouldn't run your business where it's like, everyone's just having their own thing. Like, that's not how real business is done. It's like, hey, here's the company policy. This is what we do. You don't like it, leave. You like it, stay. Then this is how it goes. And it's written in black and white, and there's no fucking questions. And everyone follows it. There's no nepotism. It's not like, hey, because I'm the fucking blah, blah, blah son, I don't have to follow those rules. I don't have to have a dress code. I can wear yoga pants every day. I can do this. I can do that. Fuck that. Just say, fuck it. I'm not doing that shit. Blah, blah, blah. You know, like, that's not how...
Grenade.
Wow.
Their shield now. Reloading. Enemy down.
Getting shot at.
Listen up, I'm getting
Yeah, what happened?
reloaded. Just give it.
I'm down. Buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. But I just mean, like, there, besides just the dress code, it's just like, they're always just like, there's no, like, there's like what they ask other people to do and then what they do. And then there's like, oh, well, these people have these rules, but then these people have certain different rules. And they might be like, well, this, because these people work for MacTech and you guys work for Work. But like, I've never, then fucking start calling us Breakdown and stop putting MacTech on my shit. And like, you know, because you act like I work for MacTech all the time, and then if I try to follow the MacTech policy, now you're telling me I'm not part of MacTech? Like, which one is it?
Attention. Delivering care package.
I mean, as far as I know, my email says MacTech on it, not Breakdown. So...
Let's relocate here.
It's like a normal company would be like, yeah, this is our sales division, this is our service division. But instead they're trying to like run it as separate companies so they can like bill themselves and like, you know, like there has to be something going on with that. And they can like take a huge loss on one company while making money on the other company.
Got it. Wow.
But yeah, I don't know any better, so. Well, I was up until fucking when Mike was, and now I'm like, I don't even know if I want to fucking come to that party, A. B. I mean, if I come, I definitely don't want to like stay in Milwaukee all night long. Partying and doing what? You know? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't even want to do that at this point. I'd probably just want to fucking fucking go there, and then leave 3/4 of the way through the fucking Christmas party and go home. I may not even want to go. It all depends because this is on a Friday on January or on January 5th. So like if they have me going to like Indiana or like southern fucking Illinois or wherever the fuck, and if I'm like covered in oil and whatnot, and I leave there at like 5 p.m. and get home at like 6:30, I'm not gonna fucking just like sprint through a shower and get like my nice clothes on and sprint up to fucking Milwaukee. It's like, yo, if you guys schedule me to not be able to make it, I have to need to be at least back home and have like 2 hours of time to get ready because I have to take a shower and get shit together for me to leave for the night and be away again and then fucking get my nice clothes on, you know, and fucking take care of all my shit. Like, I can't just like come home and immediately turn around and leave. So, but hopefully they schedule me for like a normal thing. Maybe they'll schedule me to be up in Milwaukee and then I'll just have to bring all my shit with me or something and fucking rent a hotel and just go to the hotel room for the night. Because he did say rent a hotel. But, I mean, because I'm not going to drink a shit ton. I don't fucking... Usually when I go to fucking work events, I try not to get fucking hammered and start wrestling people and slamming my coworkers on the ground and shit. I can't believe I can't believe you guys didn't film it, honestly, number one. Number two, I can't believe that even happened, but if I was one of you, I would have made sure to have filmed it, because I don't... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, come on. That's the antics. Like, if they're gonna happen, you gotta at least catch it.
When Adam's playing, Bonnie's playing, well, I say dude, I will do.
I'm surprised Jesse let him do that shit to him, though, you know?
So fucked up. Jesse, when Jesse gets drunk,
Replicator dropping like it's hot.
like, he gets your friend, he's like really scaring me. He keeps harassing me and shit. I'm like, oh my God.
Well, there's a reason that he had that blower in his car.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're not.
Well... Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll see what... I don't know if he's still got... He probably still has the blower in his car and probably has that for a while, so he probably won't be drinking at the party. But I'm like, maybe we'll see what happens there.
Rings close. Plenty of time to jam.
You're not going? Bastard, why? It's not Christmas, it's the holiday party for Mac Tech.
Rings closing in 45. Enemy over there.
You're not coming?
Here, whatever. I'm pumped.
God damn it. Well, then that might be even more of a reason for me to fucking not go.
Double timing it. 30 seconds. Rings close. Got some extra supplies.
I know,
Give my shield a recharge.
I know you told me that last week.
Huh.
Like,
10 seconds. Rings just ahead.
I mean, I would figure they would have Aaron coming in town for something.
Give my shields a recharge.
That way they're not they don't want to waste a plane flight because they have to fly him here. They're going to pay for it. So they're like, well, if we're going to pay for it, let's at least get some fucking work out of him. So in theory, they're going to probably make whatever they're paying in plane flights. They'll make that up by having him work it off.
Found an enemy. Close.
I mean, because now that I've seen like how much money they're making off of us,
Tango spotted.
you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, so I'm probably averaging over 20,000 fucking a month or something. So, but you're giving me like
Take it, mate.
4 or less, you know?
I looked at that man
here.
That does service for himself. He used to work for a model, and he lives out in Rockford.
Tossing up some amped cover.
He said, dude, he actually showed me. I was at a job site 2 years ago, and he was there, and he showed me.
Enemy over there.
He made like 1.5
Give my
in
shield
like
a recharge.
4 months doing shit.
Thanks, yeah.
Working for who?
Kill leader. If they're getting cocky, they're getting sloppy.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That's probably right. I mean, if he's charging them the appropriate amount. Now, here's the question is, like, if he pays for, like, business insurance and does, like,
It's his own company.
you know what I mean? Because, like, in theory, you kind of have to have that if you're going to run your...
Some punk is shooting at me.
Smoke out.
No, that's a good... Yeah, as long as you don't have any claims against you or someone sue you or whatnot. But that could, like, you know, one fuck up and hurt someone, that 1.2 could immediately go away. Yeah, I mean, if he's got the insurance, then he's probably good. But also, like, God knows he could fucking fry a machine or fry a part, and then he's on the hook for however much, you know?
Lifeline package.
But, I mean, that's, I guess, where your own expertise comes in, so hopefully you don't fry a part, but that's the risk you're taking. Whereas, like, right now, if I fry a part, it's like, not that I'm trying to fry parts, but, like, if I do fry a part, it's on MacTech.
Hop in the chimney.
45 seconds. Ring ain't far at all. Move it or lose it.
Which one?
One in the distance. It doesn't look too scary to see if we can come out of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I admitted to all that shit, and I told them, but they blamed themselves, and they were right, and the guy, I mean, like, the owner came over and was like, yeah, I see it right in the schematic right here. We talked about that beforehand, blah blah blah. And like I said, I was so worried about having 480, or it was like 460, nothing, and I'm like, how the fuck is this gonna work? This is your what? You know, so I'm worried about that. So I just go up to the machine and I turn it like I do on any machine. I turn it one way. If it doesn't turn on that way, I turn it the other way.
Now this is what I'm talking about.
You know what I mean? Because I'm just used to doing that. So I just out of habit, I just did that. And then I was like, oh, but because in theory, they're technically, one goes to 240, one goes to 480. So in theory, it should keep itself separate, but
Level 3.
I just didn't. I mean, it kind of was my fault, but it also, like, I mean, hopefully they took the blame for a lot of it. And maybe they'll split the cost or whatnot. But it was two drives and a power supply unit.
Enemy over there. Just waiting to be stepped on. Any takers?
So I told her that Fremont, I said,
Yeah, no, that's exact. I mean, yeah, and the thing is, like, I sent all my notes and I wrote every motherfucking thing in those notes that I could. But, like, nobody ever cares to do anything with them. It's not like they would have, they wouldn't send you my notes, right? Because you can't access my notes unless they give you permission to do that shit. But they didn't have the wherewithal to even think ahead and say, hey, you're going in there after these guys, let's send him our notes. That's what I'm saying. Like, they didn't even do that. Because at least you'd have been able to read what I said and been like, okay, you probably would have thought you were further along than you were, but...
that we should be able to go look at shit and follow up. I said, I don't understand
Yes.
I said,
Yep.
like something hours, and so now I'm looked on my stuff.
Well, that's exactly it. I didn't know it until I didn't know how to, and then thankfully the stub came because I had to put my time down for last week, and then this week goes on the same fucking time card. But like, I had no idea what my last week was going to be as far as my hours because I hadn't gotten my stub, so I didn't know what I had actually accrued to that point. Thankfully,
So think about it. So now what you so
I'm using all of it for last week. I'm using all of it. What I mean is like, well, yeah, theoretically you had to use all your hours by January 31st so they go away. I mean, no, by December 31st. Yeah, by the before the first of the year. By the end of 2023, you got to use all your pay time up. That's why I have 36.88 hours according to this thing, which I was trying to save up 40 hours, but then I had to take my day off when Mike didn't pay me right, and then I fucking took that week off, so I used a couple hours for that. But I was trying, because I had only taken 2 vacations. Mike kept telling me, go on vacation. And I'm like, I'm saving my fucking day. And then in July, I went on vacation, took like 40 hours. And then at the end of this year, I took 36.88 hours. And I maybe took a couple extra days within the year to get paid, you know. But like, that was it as far as my vacation days. But that's why I planned it out to like, hey, end of the year, I'm going to try and have 40 hours. And I'm going to take that week off. And I'm going to be fucking done, and I'm going to get paid for that week by using my PTO. No, yeah, because I just used what I had. So yeah, because in theory, what you get last week should hopefully go on to this year's PTO. Otherwise, it's like, yeah. Otherwise, it's just like the last week of the year. You're just not getting it. You're not accruing anything. But at that point, I would do what I would just take it off and try to use all your PTO up. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, because the only way to know is to look at that pay stub, and they think that's like normal. They think that's like, well, why didn't you look at your pay stub, D? No, I know. Yes, exactly. They don't get it, dude. They don't get it. That's like when I came home and I put my time down because we were left in Turkish time, and so I put my time down in Turkish time, and he lost his mind because he didn't understand why and I'm like, because I'm not changing time zones. Why am I going to lose hours because I came to fucking American time? I just do it based on the number of hours I was actually awake working. So if it starts in Turkish time, it ends in Turkish time. If it starts in English time, it ends in fucking English time. What the fuck? Same thing with like, if I start and yes. Even if I get up and drive and leave my house at 7 a.m. and get to Indiana and I happen to be on the East Coast time and then I have to stay over the night and I end at East Coast time, I deduct an hour and put it in Central time. And then when I start my day, I get up an hour early because I'm on East Coast time now, and I start my time in fucking East Coast time, and then when I get home, I add an hour because I'm on East Coast time still. That's normal fucking, that's just normal shit. And for some reason, they didn't get that concept. They didn't like explain it to him like thoroughly in way too many words. The problem is that like they think that they're always getting screwed by someone. Well, because they're doing it's like the girl who fucking accuses the guy of cheating all the time because she's cheating. So like, because you're trying to fuck me all the time, you think that I'm trying to fuck you, but I'm trying to fuck you. I'm just trying to get my equal fair share. But you're trying to fuck me all the time, and so you think that I'm trying to do that to you too. Which isn't what I'm doing. Ever. At least that's, maybe you think that like me trying to get my fair, what I think is fair, is somehow fucking you. And maybe you think that I think that you think you're being fair and I think that you're fucking me. But reality is that, like, if you look at compared to like other places, which is what I'm basing it on my lived experience and the places that I've worked, my previous employers and whatnot, and it's like that's what I'm comparing it to. So
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, man.
and it's not like every fucking thing in the world is fucked up, but I also can't like not acknowledge the things that are bad. That's what like you should be doing in any relationship, whether it's like a personal relationship or whether it's your business. You fucking, when there's things that need to be worked on, that's how you address them. Yeah. Like clearly there are some things that are good, you know, but like the stuff we need to address, that's fine. Let's keep doing the good stuff, and then we address the bad stuff and fucking try to work forward. But like those things just never, you seem to be, like we bring up the same things over and over and over, the same repetitive things, and nobody works to get them solved, or like nobody wants to put, because it takes effort. You have to put some effort in. Someone's got to take the bull by the horns and actually take it and follow through on it. And a lot of people don't seem to really want to do that. They just want to, hey, this is how it is. This is what I do. Just report in, punch the card, be done, punch out, leave early, maybe, you know. I mean, this is kind of like what I'm like, how is this whole, like, how are we supposed to have our fucking annual reviews if the only person who was actually there when we had our original reviews is going to be out on maternity leave, and then they don't pass any of the information on to Tyler? I'm like, how am I supposed to have an annual review? Like, I don't get it. Who's going to annual review with me? People who weren't around, or Mike Ryan's going to come in now and just fucking try to just screw me out of money again? He's going to say, no, that black and white thing, that's not what, we didn't mean that we were going to give you another $1.50 then. And it looks like there's an option to get out of it, so we're going to say that you were negative. Because remember that, what happened in October? Yeah, I remember you said you were going to pay me this amount, and then you suddenly paid me that amount for one paycheck, and then my next two paychecks went back to the other, reverted, and then you decided to pay me the back wages. So that's kind of like you admitting that you were in the wrong there, right? Yes, that was it. Yeah. So I basically lost out. So what I did make up in wages was just basically you paying me for the week that I didn't get to work, because I wasn't going to come back until we fucking resolved shit, because that's how it had to be. But that's me being negative. That's not the fact that you neglected to pay me and follow through on what you said, and that the fact that you did pay me it means that you admitting that, yes, that was right. I was right originally the whole fucking time. So yeah, I was negative about that, but that's because you brought it on. Short of that, I haven't like fucking, I mean, we still sell shitty machines and all that shit, but I don't fucking tell them or say anything to anyone anymore about that. Whatever. I show them like, hey, look at this. There's fucking sand coming out of this machine. The one day when I fucking took both of those machines apart and pulled all that shit out and showed him and fucking Pat. Yeah, because I have no hope for that. But I was like, well, at least I got the one. But I mean, in theory, they said they were gonna get me a fucking, you know. And reality is, I just got a fucking 8% tax increase on my home.
What?
I got a 8.44% tax increase on my home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, not including all the taxes that have already gone up and all my other expenses that have gone up. So it's like, dude, I'm like, when I pay all my bills, I'm like fucking.
You
then, yeah, from what I'm not any more better off making. I have a pay raise that then left me, because I was already basically being in the hole, but I have a pay raise now that basically didn't even keep up with inflation. I still make less now with my pay raise than I was making in like 2021 or 2022 without inflation, because all my electric bill went up, my gas bill went up, my cable bill went up, my fucking phone bill went up, my insurance went up, my taxes on my house went up, my fucking water, sewage, and whatever went up, my, you know, like everything that's gone on, just like everyone else, all of that inflation, it inflated every bill that I have right now. So also all of a sudden, the money that I was making that maybe had left me with a little bit of money to spend at the end is no longer able to do that.
Care package over there.
But that's just because of inflation. But that's why in every other business I've ever worked for, you go in for your annual review, and they typically, at a very minimum, if you do like the basic minimum shit, they give you the like amortized inflation increase in your wage, which is usually like 3 to 4%, but like when inflation is 8%, you're supposed to get an 8% increase in your wage. Unless you do something wrong, in which case they can punish you, and that means like basically they keep you at where you're at or whatnot, or they give you less than what your percentage increase would have been. That's at least how all the other employers that I've ever had would have been, as far as like employment and going on when you go on for being there for more than a year. But here it's like I had to fucking beg to get an annual review 5 years into my job.
I think we got one.
There you go. Have you've never had one ever? Yeah, there you go. I mean, and you maybe want to mention that to Tyler, because I basically had to beg to get mine, because that's how I thought that I was going to be able to get my how do I know what to improve on? What's my problems? How do I get a raise? How do I get a promotion? How do I get to like move on? And I basically told them when Bob and them were there, I'm like, well, look at this. Like, you just hired Bob as this guy. So you have Bob in front of me. You have Chase in front of me. You have Ellie in front of me. How would I ever where am I ever going to go? I'm in a dead-end position. Like, because I was like, I'm in a dead-end position. They were like, you're not in a dead-end position. I'm like, well, where is there opportunity for me to grow into? You have a guy who's younger than me that you just made the manager of me. You have Ellie, who is younger than me. So, like, I could work till I retire, and they're still going to be in front of me. And then you have fucking Chase, who's basically younger than me, that, you know what I mean? So, like, what position is there? There is, what position at MacTech could I grow into? Senior tech? I can't turn wrenches for the rest of my life, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, my body just, like, even just being today, like, I can do it, like, mentally, but physically my body is breaking down. I don't mean to be like a bitch and be like, oh, you're only 40 years old, but, like, swear to God, my body is breaking down. I fucking beat the fuck out of it for my whole life.
I really felt it today, man. And I work out, and dude, I was like, I had to go and take my Excedrin, back pain and shit, dude. It was, your body hurts doing this.
Yep, and that's the other thing that they don't realize is, like, they're just using their brains all day, if that, you know. God knows they don't really have a brain to even use, but they think but, like, we're using our brains, troubleshooting with our brains, you know, figuring shit out, and turning fucking wrenches and, you know, breaking our backs. It's a lot harder. I don't care what they say. And like I told Joe, it's like, there's a reason that these people don't do it. Either they're not willing to do it or they can't do it. Most of the time it's they're not willing to do it, though.
Well, dude, you made a prime example today when you actually made a good point when you brought up about, hey, why don't you just go ahead and try the keys out yourself? You're there.
Yeah, I know.
Little shit like that. That's how we have to think every day.
No, yeah, that's what I'm like, you're like, wouldn't that be common sense? Hey, I have these keys. Maybe, I don't know if one of them is yours. Why don't I go, the car is sitting out there in the fucking parking lot. Why don't I go try them?
Wow.
That's like basic common sense, you would think. At least to me. But clearly that was like a revelation. Now, granted, she was sick as fuck, it sounded like, so. I mean, maybe, you know, I can understand that if you're fucking out of your mind and you're still trying to show up to work, but you can't fucking function, then.
Yeah.
But that seemed like even if you weren't functioning, you might think that would be the common sense thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, you would just try that. It's right there.
Wow.
But I guarantee you, not one of those fucking things where I promise you, there is no key for my van. The girls there lost it at one point.
Jeez.
Cause I've had one key though, because I wanted to bring the spare key home with me. That's why I went looking for it, because I'm like because I had locked myself out one time. So I was like, I'm taking the spare key home with me because I fucking have this van all the time, you know, like why would the spare key be with somewhere else? Reality is what we need to do is fucking put like a little magnetic little thing that sits into the bottom, that you can hide it and just leave it on like the bottom or the back or the side or something. Or like I like most of the time I have a spare set of keys in my gas flap.
Yeah.
That sit on the like the little lip of the gas tank where the pipe goes down. You can like wedge them in there and they'll stay. And then as long as you have it shut, it's not the keys. Even if they bounce around, they'll never fall out.
Right. That's pretty smart, actually.
And so then I always have a spare key. That's like the key that I use all the time. I just use the one that's in there when I go to start my truck and whatnot and run the battery just to keep it going. You know, I just grab that key and run it for a little bit and then turn it off after like 10, 15. I go inside, I take a shower, I come back out, I turn it off.
This is your champion.
Although I actually need to, maybe you can help me because I need to get a fucking,
But I've got first
I need to, first off, there's some sort of hyper booster or something shit in there that they told me was disconnected, and I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck that thing is or what it does, but, and it doesn't seem like it's caused any problems with my truck, but I don't know if I'm supposed to connect it or not.
Hey,
But,
at work RN. Can't stick around long, but
The what?
wanted to wish you a happy new year and I hope you have a great rest
No,
of your
it's all
stream.
good. But I do have
Grinding.
some sort of electrical fucking problem where it's like my battery will drain if I don't drive my car at some point. I swear to God, there's some sort of trickle charge just pulling from it.
Check your
I think that what it is because I think that it's when I added an adapter to my audio head that went in the back so that I could plug an RCA cable in. Listen, because back in the day, there was no Bluetooth on this thing, and there was no. I might even have a cassette player in that bitch. 2004.
Okay.
It's got like 60,000 miles on it.
Oh, that's low miles, dude.
That's the point. Yeah, that's what I try and keep it as low mileage. But
yeah.
I need to get it painted. But what was this? Oh, but I need to get I need to do a fucking, what's it called? Compressor or something, because I've got fucking zero air conditioning.
Oh shit! So you need check your you check your belt and everything. You still got your
Yeah.
belt on there, right?
Yeah, it's I need a compressor. I'm almost 100% positive that I need a compressor.
Well, if you're gonna do the compressor, you might as well go and do the whole thing and do the expansion valve and all that shit.
I don't even know what all that shit is, but yeah, how much do you think that costs?
Oh wow. Yeah, now's the time to get the parts. I mean, it's not hard. I actually got a vacuum kit if you want to do it at your house or over by me. You know, I mean.
That's what I mean. I was kind of gonna try to do it myself because when I looked at it, I was like, well, maybe I can do this. This doesn't look much harder than fucking half the shit I work on.
When you open up an AC system, you just gotta run a vacuum on it for just like I would do a vacuum on it for like 8 hours because the better the vacuum, the better the AC works. And so I would just after you replace it, run a vacuum setup on it for a day, like plug it up and run it while you're going to work, come back, disconnect it and just fill it, and then you're good to go.
Well, yeah, but how much do you think that those parts would cost?
Shit, you'd be surprised, man. You could probably get the compressor with the with everything, expansion valve and everything you need, shit, I'm sure it'll probably a couple $100 now, especially being winter.
How much you think it would cost me if I got it done by a professional? Not a dealership, like just like an AC guy down the street.
He'll probably charge you $8.
Yeah, I don't want to pay that because I'm about to pay a guy. I was gonna pay a guy $1,000 to like paint a couple of one part of my vehicle and a couple spots in the front and a couple spots in the back. But now I may try and pay him $2,000 and have him just repaint the whole truck because I'm like, dude, if I can do it, if I can get him. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna have him paint the plastic. I may just have the guy, because the detailing guy that I went to down the street told me that they could put like they'll put like tire shine on the vinyl plastic, and it'll shine it back up. So like I may just have him do that. So if I can just get the guy to well, no, because that plastic, dude, because the Escalade is fiberglass or like actual body panels.
They can do the avalanches like that. I had a buddy that showed me how he did it. Somebody, he's a paint guy, and basically they basically smooth it out and basically paint it when they paint the whole vehicle.
Yeah, but I don't think that's how they actually come as a Cadillac. The Cadillacs.
But it gives you the look.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, well, yeah, but that would probably cost even more for him to have to do all that fucking.
It doesn't, because it's part of the process. You're prepping the vehicle.
Well, I don't know if he was planning on doing all that prep, though, is what I'm saying. This guy that I was going to was a motorcycle dude. They do motorcycles. They're right down the road.
What's the name of the shop?
I think it's called The Body Shop. Hold on, give me 1 second. Because I sent my buddy. Fuck.
It's not psychotic, is it?
No. I bet this thing's dumping my messages. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Another dead bird. Hey, let me call you back after I gas up.
All right.
I'll call you back. Bye.
You can't escape. We're too spread out. Join me. I can use the bait.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Replicator being delivered.
Replicator on its way down.
Can't escape. Could be fresh blood over there.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close. "45 seconds. Rings close."
Gotta hop up here. Skull piercer. seconds until the ring closes. You like cutting it close, huh? I take that.
A broken enemy shield. Opening fire.
Rockstar!
Casting a shadow. 10 seconds. Rings close.
Frag out!
Listen up, I'm
Getting shot at.
Get ahead. That one's down. Reloading.
Charging on my shield.
The ring's closing and we're not inside. Hey, if you want to die, it's your funeral.
backpack here. Level 2.
That was the last one. Until the next one. Grenade.
Enemies right here.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
Grenade out.
Getting shot. Someone's got a death wish.
Must go faster. Down.
Someone's here.
Hey, let me help you back up. And that's all of them. Good job, compadres.
Deploying health drone. Quick land, I've got you.
I'm down. Next victim, right here.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Recharging my shields.
Charging shields. Come on, come on.
Health drone if you need it. An enemy landed near me. Watch yourself. Back tower. I'll get some shot at. New kill leader. One, watch out. I've been down.
They're shooting at me? 60.
You thought you were better than me. Now you know the truth. I need help.
Medkit here.
Backpack here.
Extended
Level
heavy
3.
mag here.
You're only as good as your
Level
gear. And skill.
Thank you.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
Care package being delivered.
Eyes on one of them over there.
Enemy spotted.
Pay and concentrate on the game for once.
He's shot. Look at him. He's shot. Woo! Santa trying to bring that kids for Christmas. Santa. For a limited time, we are offering. Shit my pants. Right here. Ship my pants, you're kidding. You can ship your pants right here. You hear that? I can ship my pants for free.
Wow, I just may ship my pants.
Yeah, ship your pants. Billy, you can ship your pants too.
I can't wait to ship my pants, Dad.
I just shipped my pants and it's very convenient. Very convenient.
And ship my drawers.
I just shipped my nightie. I just shipped my bed. If you can't find what you're looking for in store, we'll find. Find everything. And with that, the year 2023 is coming.
I'm not good until we're good.
Actually, what I gotta do is go put some YouTube on now, some free.
I'm just here for a laugh or two. Anyone got a light?
Introducing your champion. You know what I look like.
Whoa.
Come find me.
Monster Hunter.
AJ Shea leading the way.
Into the fray, y'all. Let's start our win here.
Hold on, fellas. I never did finish Jump Master training. Bombs away! Yep.
Watch out. Enemy landing near me. Watch it. Buster landed near me. I'm out of shotgun ammo. Get behind my protector.
Beginning countdown.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
1 minute and the ring's spitting distance. Proud of you fellas.
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
Rings close. 45 seconds of being shot at.
Grenade, heads up.
Shots on me. That was the last buster in that squad.
I got people by me.
Not far from the ring. Half a minute.
Hooked us up with some materials.
I don't have a weapon yet. Got people chasing me.
Rings around the corner. Turn left.
Grab. Hold positions, please.
Picked up a nemesis.
In progress.
Got some materials.
Being targeted. Reinforcing my Evo.
Broke that enemy ship. Another bloody squad's attacking us. Clown taken down.
Getting some healing.
Launching the Arc Star. Hurling Arc Star. Launching the Knuckle Cluster. Reload. Enemy squad's dead. Knuckle clusters firing.
Look out. Grenade. Getting shot at. Reloading. Come on.
Target shooting at me. Knuckle cluster out. Serving them a knuckle sandwich.
Just give it.
Mind if my protector steps in?
Down. Bad income shot though. Go here.
We're still in this.
How's that close? Enemy down.
I've been downed.
Recharging my shields. Straight down.
Look out. I'm getting shot at. Another enemy down.
Go here, fellas.
On your feet. Liveline's got your back.
My boy.
I got no ammo, bro. Got 11 shots.
Fuck. Jump up. Jump down. Jump down.
Liveline's got your back.
That's all the ammo I had.
Six-year Monster Hunter World. In just 3 weeks' time, it will be a 6-year-old game. It burst onto the scene in January 2018, was spectacularly received by existing fans of the franchise, new players, and reviewers. Right now, that game is doing something absolutely astonishing and completely unprecedented in gaming. It's doing something truly, properly special. It is not a live service game. It was never designed or intended to be just ongoing forever. It was going to be a game. They were going to support it with a bunch of updates, and then they were going to be done.
You
And
missed our
then the next
delivery
game.
behind you, but okay.
Once the content feed was over, it was over. It is such a spectacularly content-rich and experience-deep game that it continued to have a surprisingly active player base long after the new content dried up. But it maintained a player base even after a brand new game. See alone, it maintained a daily active player base of anywhere from 20,000 to 40,000 active players after the last content drop, and remained pretty stable for years afterwards. It's hard to say what the player base on PlayStation is like, as neither Sony nor Capcom publish or make accessible these numbers like Steam does, but back in October last year, Happy New Year, by the way, when I began to anticipate the astonishing event we are now witnessing, I ran a bit of a test. I did a beeline playthrough of using multiplayer at every single opportunity on PlayStation, and that showed me it still had a very active community over there, because I had zero trouble getting multiplayer hunts going on whenever I wanted them. And as I predicted back then, when we were still anticipating the upcoming reveal of some kind for the game, in the first week of December, video game adverts, I keep doing that. For the video game adverts, Capcom popped up with an official reveal of Monster Hunter Wild. Next game. Just as I said, it caused massively in numbers. Every single day of December after the announcement, the number of concurrently active players would rise and rise and rise. The 24-hour peak would jump up just a little more day after day after day. And it just has not stopped and shows no sign of stopping. In October, when I made that original video, there was already a comparatively slow rise in players going on, with 24-hour peak on the day of that video at 32,700 and ticking up slowly day by day. But now, we've got an extra 100,000 players that are kicking along on the 24-hour peak concurrent play numbers on Steam alone.
I actually missed
that is
that Mozambique.
Insane for a 6-year-old game with zero new content, by the way. It's unheard of. It's only going to get more nuts, because while a bunch of Monster Hunter passionate content creators have already also helped push things along with our own series of #Return to World fresh playthroughs on new saves to re-experience the game all over again while we wait for files to come along. Now, all this fuss around it has attracted the attention of other, even larger, non-specialist content creators who want to ride on the coattails of this trend and hop on board the hype bandwagon that is Monster Hunter World right now. Streamers like Asmund. But you can at least heard him if you're here, so I'm not going to do his bio. Suffice to say, he's very large, very successful, and now he's trying out Monster Hunter World for the very first time in his life. He's bringing his many thousands of viewers with him. I've been watching his VODs on YouTube, not the live streams, and it's part awesome seeing the game through such fresh eyes in today's context, because he really doesn't have much context at all for Monster Hunter. He keeps making really weird comparisons to other games he's more familiar with that I would never have thought to make the comparison to when I was first experiencing World. It's very strange. It's very strange to hear him sort of connect unexpected dots. But it's also infuriating because Asmon's got Asmon, and that means making assumptions, ignoring the game dialogue, text, and tutorial hints, and doing so either deliberately just to get a rise out of people because that's his shtick, or just because he's wired that way. I can never tell. He plays straight so very well. You know, he will get hit or he'll die from being on fire or something, and people will tell him in chat, hey, no, this is why you died. You were at full health, but you were on fire. It was causing tick damage, and he'd be like, no, I died. I don't feel like that's why I died. Just, dude, stop. It's infuriating. But the worst of it is his chat, though. They are constantly giving him utterly contradictory advice on super simple stuff. He'd be like, hey, can I cut the tail off this monster? 50% of chat would say yes, 50% of chat would not say no, and nothing helpful would be done in his chat. It is utterly infuriating. So if you go to what I do and watch his stuff, try and ignore his chat. Oh, terrible, stupid, poisonous. It's just one of the worst live chats I've ever seen in action. It's just, ugh. Of course, and he's got a pretty uphill battle now learning this somewhat notoriously tricky to penetrate games and systems UI and something like that. And he had himself bounced off at 3 separate times before Monster Hunter World finally clicked for me. And recipe we got going on here. One of the best constructed games ever made. Actually, 3 of Odin Craft Season DLC, a subscription models, production systems,
Jesus
and other shit.
Christ.
They had to cram into their games to drive engagement over the long term.
Oh shit, this
And here's Capcom effortlessly gaining hundreds of thousands of players to a 6-year-old game with considerable content, all because people are excited about new things coming along. Because they know it's good, they know it's not manipulative, they know it's not crap, they know it's not filled with garbage. Pay attention, developers and publishers.
Yeah, I died to it
Shit
after I got down. They were just swung from behind.
About what we want our games to be and how eager we are to keep playing them, someone's just making it good. Old players with hundreds or even thousands of hours in it already are coming back for no other reason than excitement and enthusiasm. New players are coming along with them for the ride. Newer players who came in with a series with Monster Hunter Rise are now trying World. Content creators have had great success in sharing our new fresh playthroughs. Content creators who have never ever played the game before in their lives are getting 500,000 views on replays of 2-day-old streams. The second wave of Monster Hunter World hype and genuine community passion and enthusiasm is simply astonishing. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I'm 45 years old. I've been a gamer since I was like 3. I've never seen anything like this happen. It is remarkable. And Capcom have done nothing more to provoke this than a few social media posts with hashtag Return to World in it to celebrate something that was already in motion from the community. It was only 2 weeks ago that I made a video on the initial surge that the WoW's trailer provoked 2 weeks prior to that video. And even then, surprised as I was by how fast it was rising, even though I did predict a player surge, it eclipsed my expectations of how quickly it would go. Burning players, even that wasn't breaking 100,000 players yet, and now I don't think anyone would be shocked to see 150,000 players, 200,000 players within a week or so by the time the month is out. Doesn't hurt that the game is on its deepest discount in history right now, making the sort of barrier for entry for anyone even wildly curious about it just very frictionless indeed. Personally, I am as addicted to it now as I ever have been, and I've been running my own fresh save file, playing weapons I've never played before in World, playing my own hashtag Return to World both in my own time and on my live stream network, which, in fact, by the time the sun sets today, as I'm recording this, I'll be crossing the 100-hour line in that new save file. That's only a It's stopped at 43. Turns out it's averaging about 4 hours a day. So let me know what you all think about this. Where you stand on it, where have you come in, whether you're an existing player, new player, curious player, have you been watching people like Asmongold play their way through it? Let me know down below. I invite you. Thank you very much for watching. As always, quickly scrolling up above there. I will catch you next time. Considered it. I'm going to play more World. Try and stop me.
Be forewarned, this next story is graphic. A New York Times investigation, a publication for the record that is notoriously, let's just say, not pro-Israel, has revealed new details showing a pattern of rape, mutilation, and extreme brutality from Hamas against Israeli women in the October 7th attacks. At first, she was known simply as the woman in the black dress. In a grainy video, you can see her lying on her back, dress torn, legs spread, vagina exposed. Her face is burned beyond recognition, and her right hand covers her eyes. The video was shot in the early hours of October 8th by a woman searching for a missing friend at the site of the rave in southern Israel, where the day before, Hamas terrorists massacred hundreds of young Israelis. One family knew exactly who she was, Gal Abdush, mother of 2 from a working-class town in central Israel, who disappeared from the rave that night with her husband. Based largely on the video evidence, which was verified by the New York Times, Israeli police officials said they believe that Miss Abdush was raped, and she's become a symbol of the horrors visited upon Israeli women and girls in the October 7 attacks. A 2-month investigation by the Times uncovered painful new details establishing that the attacks against women were not isolated events, but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7th. Relying on video footage, photographs, GPS data from mobile phones, and interviews of more than 150 people, including witnesses, medical personnel, soldiers, and rape counselors, the Times identified at least 7 locations where Israeli women and girls appeared to have been sexually assaulted or mutilated. Look at this map. Here are the 7 locations that were identified. Such a broad range.
They were raped, because that's what Allah wanted, supposedly, right, kids?
Places clearly coordinated part of the plan of Hamas to brutalize and terrorize Israeli women and burn into the psyche of all of Israel. The Times interviewed several soldiers and volunteer medics who together described finding more than 30 bodies of women and girls in and around the rape site, and in 2 kibbutzim in a similar state as Miss Abdush's. Legs spread, clothes torn off, signs of abuse in their genital areas. Many of the accounts are difficult to bear, and the visual evidence is disturbing to see. The Times viewed photographs of one woman's corpse that emergency responders discovered in the rubble of a besieged kibbutz with dozens of nails driven into her thighs and groin. Jesus. And shockingly, this is not even as bad as it gets. This report revealed such horrific atrocities that I have to spare you further graphic detail, but take my word for it, the most disgusting things you will ever see or hear were committed. And let me just finish the end of it. Does Hamas treat their own people better? It seems that sadly, that too is not the case. As has long been reported, a big part of the reason that the people of Gaza are not receiving enough aid, in addition to the fact that Israel is not letting in the full amount of aid needed, is also because Hamas takes much of the aid for themselves, often by violent means. Video released this week shows exactly that. In this video, we see Hamas opening fire on its own people who are trying to get humanitarian aid that Hamas is trying to keep for itself. Take a look at this video. In this horrific incident, a little boy was killed by Hamas, a little Palestinian boy. A Hamas police officer shot a Palestinian boy to stop him from approaching humanitarian aid in the area of Rafah on the southern Gaza Strip on Sunday. The boy later died of his wounds. Clashes broke out between Hamas terrorists and the family of the boy, Ahmed Bracha, in the area of Tel al-Sultan, north of Rafah. Videos emerged in recent weeks of Gazans raiding humanitarian aid trucks before they reach their destinations, the Channel 12 report said, noting in many cases it's Hamas that gets its hand on the aid. So that is that. Cenk, your thought, please.
Yeah, so look, this is why Hamas's attack on October 7th was both morally and strategically wrong. And this is exactly what we've been saying on the show from day one. Because in order to maintain the occupation, the right wing in Israel hates Palestinians as savages who are always going to be violent. They're always going to try to kill Israelis, and they're always going to do the most heinous things. So when you go and do that, that helps them to keep your people occupied. So if the attacking against Israel was, in their minds, theoretically to help liberate the Palestinians, well, this does the exact opposite. As we know, of course, now 21,500 Palestinians have been killed. So you got your own people killed. You did it in a way that was both savage and allowed the other side to paint your entire population in that way. So how did it help? It's so strategically stupid and selfish and immoral, and so it's heartbreaking for the people that had to suffer that, and it's also heartbreaking not just for the Israelis who lived through that and who are horrified by that. I mean, look, you read about family members that had to deal with that.
Will work.
It's just
You're the new
worst,
ones
right?
that get to be.
But now you've also condemned the Palestinians. So
the ones
not
and the ones,
a good
and the
strategy.
twos and the twos,
terrible,
the threes and the threes.
This is the kind of
ones
radicalism
and the
that
fours and
happens
the
in areas that
don't know you
don't have moderation. Why don't they have
Bring
moderation?
another one up
It's not a
here.
state.
Pull that
You don't
thing
have a
off. Put
state.
the latest on those.
Radicals
Bring
and
them down.
fundamentalists take over. And radicals and fundamentalists do things like this. Monday.
Radical fundamentalists.
Yeah,
now religions, dude.
It's absolutely
Radical fundamentalists. This is how religion is. And then deny that that's how it goes.
And I don't think
like the people of religion always do, even though they supports that
about what's
over and
going on.
over
I appreciate
over
more.
again.
I watch TYT because of the passion of folk that we want that have guest hosts and also the folk that have shows on this network. And I think it shows people and remind people that we are human. We are bothered by these things, which is why we scream about them. So,
yeah, motherfucker!
I want to say, as it pertains to
oh, what? And I'm not Lifeline? What is going on with this game? What?
And Hamas is a terrorist organization.
John, you a-hole.
They have no moral compass. And I would say this. I would go as far as to say that Hamas does not turn guns on its own people.
John F.
because
me.
Palestinians aren't their people. And I
Took
don't even
my
believe that the strategy was to get liberation. I believe they are comfortable where they find themselves in that they
John 54 says.
keep having this ability to
John 54 says, "Did you want the rampage?"
I wanted the Lifeline.
Liberation has ever been there.
I have a
I
rampage.
think their goal is power, raw power, to do it just as they are right now. Which is why I think the way to finish this, as you can see, the people of Palestine don't support. They are fighting back themselves for their own lives.
John 54 says, "Your mic sounds like Walmart."
Yeah, that's the game. For some reason, it blows me out in this game. For some reason, there's nothing I can do. I'll try and edit it real quick, but every time I fucking go in there, it's blowing out. My mic is fine in OBS, in every other game, in Windows. It's got normal settings. It's like almost near the middle, maybe near the bottom, and yet in this game, it just goes fucking crazy. Check. Yeah, see, that blows it out. There's nothing I can do on that shit. That's not me. That's the fucking game.
Optics here. Close range.
Israeli have an opportunity to build alliance by ensuring that the humanitarian aid that's going into Gaza is getting to its people and not to Hamas. And I think that too builds on what could be a coalition to get rid of Hamas.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I agree with most of what both of you said, but I think it's just important to note, Mondale, that while some Gazans are trying to push back on that, they are losing, and they will always lose because they're not allowed to have any sort of weaponry or military might turned towards Hamas, and they are stuck forever in this cycle. And so that's why this is the most intractable, difficult, complex situation perhaps in human history. I too want to address one of the comments that was said during the break because it's very
Human
important.
history? This is a man-made thing, bro.
Because they can't stand to see me endorsing a genocide.
Israel was
And then Jake
created
stood up for me and
after
said, no,
World
please, you have to
War
listen to both
II.
sides. And while
Come
Jake has
on
used
now.
that word, Ben does
Be
not feel
honest.
it's a genocide, which I don't. But further, I
Israel
want to make
today
sure
is
it's
not the
clear.
Israel of the
I
past.
pitched the last story about the accidental using of the wrong bombs that killed a lot of people that led to a very bad painting of the IDF. I wanted that story on the air because it's crucial to me to have both sides of this covered. And I just want to make it clear to all people that have been watching me on TYT for years now, You know my heart. And the most heartbreaking thing for me personally in this whole war has been seeing people who know my heart instantly shut up. If people that are both progressive and see things normally similarly block each other and refuse to have a conversation, how do we expect warring factions on opposite sides of the Middle East to ever do so? And so maybe it's more likely that my heart is the same and I just see this very complex issue.
Bro, move,
But if you don't
Green.
know it, let me assure you, I follow tons of social media accounts on both sides. I make sure that if I'm defending some, not all, of Israel's actions, that I'm able to handle the psychic toll of every day watching dead Palestinian babies and children with guts spilling out of their bodies. It's the most horrific, sickening to my stomach thing I've ever seen in my life. I want it to end as soon as possible. We just disagree on how to do it. I want whatever solution can possibly bring the end of this, as we all acknowledge terrorist organizations control over both the Palestinian people and the Israeli people. And I hope that is done in the way that kills the least innocent people humanly possible. I pray that's a permanent ceasefire agreement. I pray that is a peace agreement that comes after that. But of course, when we all three of us on different sides of this issue agree that you can't make peace with monsters that are a terrorist group that whose goal, as Mondale just eloquently said, was never to liberate the Palestinian people, but instead was to keep power for themselves, and in a religious, radical, fundamentalist way annihilate the Jews. That is not a group of people that you can ever deal with. And it is horrifically messed up that they are stuck in the civilian area that is densely populated, that will always, in any way that Israel does it, no matter how many measures they take to try to reduce civilian death, will still kill an unacceptable and unconscionable amount of innocent civilians. It's horrible.
What?
None of us should be okay with it. And I pray that there is a deal that can be made that can make all of these conditions met and end this horrible war that's happening for the millionth time for good. That's what we all want and need.
We're up against the break here. I'm just going to say one last quick thing, which is, guys, when you see Hamas doing terrible things, that's 30 to 40,000 people. There's 2.3 million people in Gaza. Do not make the mistake of assuming that they're all the same. Those are the 2.3 million people are innocent civilians just like you and I. Same thing goes for Israel. When you see Netanyahu or IDF doing things that you disagree with, that you think is monstrous war crimes, whatever it might be, that does not represent all innocent civilians in Israel. And a lot of the civilians who were killed by Hamas were pro-peace and were trying to help Palestinians. We have to protect the civilians on all sides. We're all human beings.
Yeah, no shit. Thanks, bro. Except then we go and drop bombs on anyone that's on any side that we think is perceived as the other side. Figure it out. We did that in World War II all over the place. Oh, I didn't even start a new one, huh? What a dumbass. This might be the last one.
Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2024. I'm a man, and Switch 2 news has just dropped. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Skip it button, dada. So I always start these videos off with something that needs to be said. You need to take everything here with the super, super, super tiny grain of salt. everyone could be full of crap, or even if they aren't full of crap and they weren't trying to put out misinformation, things happen. Even if they have a legitimate leaker from within inside Nintendo or whatever the case may be, maybe they got the information wrong. So until Nintendo says anything, it's interesting to talk about the rumors, but that's all they are. They're just rumors, and that's it. By the way, you should sub to my music and live stream channels. Links below in the description. I live stream almost on a daily basis, and I make hot fire man. God, that does not make the channel sound appetizing. But anyway, links. Go check out my music. Go check out my live streams below in the description. Shameless plug done. Hand jobs all around. Well, more leaks are happening now. More rumors. The rumor mill is accelerating with the Switch 2. And like I always said, when the rumors start to accelerate, like when you hear that you're about to have massive layoffs at your job, chances are it's true. Ask me how I know that one. So the first thing I want to talk about is a game has been leaked for the Nintendo Switch, and it will be the Bayonetta trilogy. It will have enhanced graphics. So there's been a couple social media accounts talking about this, so it kind of raises the credibility, or they could just be echo chambers for each other. But one of the ones that I know that some other people that I trust follow is Nash Needle. I don't know why that took me so long to say, but his original post, I had to have it translated here. This is what it says. Bayonetta will receive a trilogy edition with its 3 main games in one package.
Oh, great. I get to be this bitch again.
Visual HDR confirmed. They are going to be HDR with the next-gen Switch. And performance improvement. Due to backwards compatibility, it can also be played on Switch 2 with improvements. So they're kind of okay. So you could put this in the original Switch and just have the trilogy, which would make sense. I mean, the original Switch game was for 7th gen console.
Broseph didn't land
or
anywhere
you
near
could play
us.
it on the Switch 2 with the graphical enhancements. I'm liking this. That is true, and that's just not a rumor, which we just have to just say again. These are all rumors. I like that. That makes parts of me tingle. Now, when will the next-gen Switch be released? It's interesting because from the leakers, we're seeing a couple dates here. It could either be the end of September 2024, or if that is too quick and Nintendo can't get things done in time, they have another placeholder for November 2024. So either in September, if things go smoothly for Nintendo, or as a backup, they have November 2024. It looks like they really want to have the holiday season, and I don't blame them.
I don't know how I'm not Lifeline.
Piece of hardware from Nintendo by that point. Now, other leaks came from Soldier Delta, who released screenshots of Team Ninja's Rise of Ronin. Yay. So, the credibility of this guy is kind of all over the place. All of the articles are citing him, but that doesn't make it any more credible. I just need to make that abundantly clear. Everywhere I go, Soldier Delta is in these articles, so every single article could be getting misinformation. Just keep that in mind. Now, this is a rumor that continues to permeate, which I know has people concerned, but as much as I love physical media and backwards compatibility, I bought 99.9% of my games digitally on my Nintendo Switch, is that there's going to be 2 models. And the pricing for these 2 models are as such. For the digital-only version of the next-gen Switch, it's going to be $400. The cartridge version is going to be $450. So if you want to have physical media on your Switch, it's going to be $50 more. The other thing, too, the OLED screen. This has been talked about for a while.
I got some if you need it.
Switch initially, anyway, for cost reasons. It's going to go away. They're not going to have an OLED screen, at least on the launch next-gen Switch, which is codenamed NG, because they're looking to save some money, because it's going to be more
need more than
expensive
that?
to make the next-gen Switch, because it's more powerful hardware with newer tech inside of it. One of the things we can hope for, but it's Nintendo, I doubt it, is that this next-gen display has 120 Hz refresh rate. That would be nice, but that would also mitigate on battery power. I don't see Nintendo.
Oh, god damn it, I'm not
giving us a
Lifeline.
nice,
Fuck
solid,
this
clean
fucking game.
1080p IPS panel. Maybe it'll be HDR capable. You're saying this is a rumor again that the Bayonetta trilogy will have HDR on the Switch 2.
No, because somebody else fucking grabbed my Lifeline last game, and then I went into this game without picking my character, so it didn't default back to Lifeline.
60 hertz, nice clean IPS panel.
Pisses me off. I fucking hate this game. Dude, I never want to be... I don't know why I can't change my other default character to, like, some other bitch. Why does it always have to be Wraith?
But the display will be 8 inches. So I'm thinking it's going to be 1080p.
Isn't there a way to just, like, make it so that, like, I never want to be Wraith ever again. Just remove this bitch off my character list.
Specs here, credibility behind them, don't know. Nintendo Switch 2 possible specs, DLSS 3.1, 12 gigabytes of RAM, ray tracing. We did hear this before from more credible sources that there was a closed door demo of the Matrix 5 tech demo running on the Nintendo Switch. DLSS helped with that. They showed an updated, smoother version, higher res version of Breath of the Wild, and they also showed off the Final Fantasy VII Remake running on the Nintendo Switch 2 hardware. So now I've heard other rumors too that the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be only as powerful as the base PlayStation 4, which would be disastrous. Then I hear more sensible things that it could be as powerful as an ROG Ally, which to me would make more sense, especially because it's going to be a dedicated console from Nintendo. They could push more out of the hardware than you can with just a PC with gamepads attached to it, which is what all of the other consoles are, those gaming PCs, those ROG Ally, the Lenovo Legion Go, even the Steam Deck, which is the most consoleized because it runs its own special OS. You can't do the same thing you could do with a console because it's specific hardware. Developers know they only have one kind of hardware they need to develop the game for, and they could push more out of it. So if it's as powerful as an ROG Ally, you're going to get some pretty banging performance out of the Switch 2. I've also heard it's as powerful as a Series S or even more so, but I think that's pushing it. I can believe that it's as capable as an ROG Ally, and I would be happy with that. So that makes the most sense to me. So leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Usually I don't say that, but I'm interested. Do you think the pricing of the next-gen Switch, if it's true and they have these two models, the Switch Digital and Switch
Yeah, I would get out of
Edition,
here,
let's
though.
just call them that
Because,
for
like
now,
I said, I just
for
modded 2 dudes.
$450, will you spend that money?
Whole different team coming in.
They're stepping back. Seems to be consistent.
No,
but
I'm
I
coming
believe
down. I'm
that they're
losing my...
stepping back.
I'm...
That's
Oh, shit!
I mean to say. You hope that it was still going to be an OLED panel on the next gen Switch. And tell me what you think. Too expensive, not happy with the screen, or you think that you're buying day one? I'm okay with what they're talking about here, so it'll be a day one buy for me. No kidding, but maybe your thoughts are different. Anyway, guys, make sure you sub to my live stream.
Oh my god, I might get out of this. I might get out of this unless this guy chases me.
They're taking the tower or some shit. Oh fuck, that's not good, dude. Run. Run. Get to the ring.
Already am.
Talking to Fuse.
Half gone, half left. Need to recharge.
Hello guys and gals, me Moonahara. This is the laptop that started this channel. Without this, there'd be no creepypastas, no deep web
I'm going through.
no
I'm going through underneath.
no Sonic.exe, no Alphony, none of that fun stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, this laptop is my most prized possession in the world. You could give me all the money in the world, and I still wouldn't trade it for this crappy laptop. Because without this laptop, I wouldn't have built this amazing community. We wouldn't have this community together. We wouldn't have covered creepypastas, dark web stuff, commentary stuff, everything. This laptop contains more memories than I ever could even care about. This is all that matters. If my house burned down today, this would be the one thing I would go in and save. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it. I put a lot of value in sentimental shit. And this laptop is quite honestly the most sentimental I'm going to get.
and it contains a lot of old files and things that I never got to. One of them is Miami Traffic 3. Now, you might remember a while back, I used to do this thing called What the WTF Gaming, so to speak. Yep, I'll wait 3 minutes before I drop the F word, okay? Sorry, it's my Wrangler, if you will, too. Now, this is, I went to a website known as Game Jolt back in the day where I used to basically download old school games. Games like Prime Life and whatnot. Miami Traffic 3 is one of those games where I downloaded because I don't know if I was wasted one night and I figured maybe you guys would like to see furry Grand Theft Auto. But given the fact that GTA 6 is still like, what, a year out from being released, maybe it's time to see if Grand Theft Auto 6 should even come out. Maybe this game is so good, so banger, that
Well, let's go the other way and get around the other
cliff
cliff if we can.
So sit back, relax. Let's start this year off with
Anyone got a launch pad?
banging gaming video, so to speak, too. And you know, given the fact that it's the
Evac
first
tower,
3
launch
months,
pad, same shit.
YouTube might as well just enjoy it, relax.
Nah, but I
and,
mean, if we go
some more
pushing into some
gameplay
other
stuff
people,
and cover some
and
more
we're getting
gaming
pinched
stuff.
between 2 of them, then we might need it to go up and over. Should we go through this?
I couldn't even, when I was a kid, I didn't know how to download games or get access to any video games. And I used to just go to Asset Play and sites like Game Jolt and just play the free stuff. God knows I must have installed so much malware into my parents' computer. Which one do I want to pick? The black cat or the leopard cat? Let's go with the leopard one. Dominique and Vinny Bond. Do you want to enable HQ? Oh, dude, I think I can handle max graphics.
What happened?
Hold on, Mel. This can be disabled by pressing 4. Retrieve scattered contraband from the plane. You can obtain your reward by bringing the product to the employer's office. Boxes can be retrieved all over town. Search the sea south of Industrial Island. Alright, press 2 to switch views. 3rd person panoramic. 3 to trigger shadows. 4 to trigger graphics. And 5 to switch water quality. Never have I had the graphic settings for a video game hot hard. And boy, oh boy, here we are. It's like if you took Google Street View and made models out of it. Man, I gotta love this world, dude. Forget GTA 6. It's all about Miami traffic. Well, the city is definitely alive. Definitely, you know. Oh, I already got a full arsenal of weapons. Let's throw this grenade out here, dude.
Beginning ring countdown.
Next ring's quite
the Oh no, I got the 5-0. Oh shit, dude, I got police force here. Let me blow up more cars, I guess.
His ring is always far as fuck, dude.
Oh,
Fuck.
dude! This game's AI is more broken than Blade's Liberty. What's going on, man? I might as well be doing like some of the story stuff. It seems like the AI just gets kind of stuck. Just gets kind of stuck in the wall, so to speak. But yeah, we'll have let's see what's in here. I will say this is at least a mile better than like Arab drift cars. When last I played that shit.
I'll drop you a med kit.
I got a back tower.
Can I?
Got us a new kill leader.
Wow, at least I can find. Oh, they got a day-night cycle. Christ. Well, I got 0 grams worth of catnip, I guess. Oh, that bus is having a fun time, dude. Traffic. Oh God. Oh my God.
30 seconds left.
What is this? Wait, is this a human being? This is supposed to be a land of furries. Why are we having intermingling of species here? It's crazy.
Benmit comes in with a CPU question related to his GPU upgrade, and he asks,
Love the channel, well thank you. Recently upgraded from a 2080 Super to a 4090 for a Wii upgrade. Got a 5900X, 32 gigs of RAM on an X570. He wants to know, should he wait for Zen 5 or go to Zen 4 now, then look for Zen 6, sending the Tim Tams.
Christmas came early. Care package.
You want to hit this launcher and go across, or
professional for $15? Activate instantly online with Microsoft and keep it forever. Don't pay full price. Get the best deal from our sponsor, URCDPs, using our link in the video description below. Full details on how this amazing deal works at the end of the video. I'm about to say something very controversial.
we're gonna get a win on this one? It's my last game on.
You will
I'm gonna go to Warzone after this one.
With any resolution.
Let's do this.
But nobody's playing that.
Yeah, we could just sit here, honestly. They're not gonna come.
49 at any resolution, 1080p, 1440p, or 4K. Zen 3 will bottom.
Alright, that's where
It'll
the
block
action is.
bottleneck you no matter
I
what your
didn't call
settings
for it,
are.
but
It is a
this guy
bottleneck.
wants to go to it. There's only 2
I have
squads
tested
left.
this.
Us and 1
I
squad,
have
so
shown this footage in the past.
we just need to find
We
them
have done
and
a lot
throttle
of
them.
games on Zen 3, Zen 4, Raptor, Alder, etc. It is real. Even at 4K, you may very well see a 20+% bottleneck. Even at 4K.
I got an idea.
I just had a tweet. Oh my goodness, when was this? This was today.
Where are they at?
When somebody said to me,
They're above us somewhere.
I'll tell you one thing. I just finished my new 1390 and moved my 4090 over from my 5950X to this chip. You were right. Even the 5950X is bottleneck.
I'm going in. Just stay in. They can't hit us from there. They're gonna have to move at some point.
My eyes are melting.
Oh, that's true.
no, in fairness, he said 13900.
They're up top. We can fucking pick them off from here at some point.
Ryzen 9 7950X. They're almost interchangeable. A 7950X and a 5900K is still within a rounded error. They're about 3% apart. I mean, it's a meaningless difference. I have a 13900K editing PC that I actually use in the office. I stream my Twitch on. I have a 7950X at home. They're both monsters. So, you've got a Ryzen 9 5900, 5900, so you just upgraded to a RTX 4090.
Recharging my shields.
I know it's expensive, and you may not want to make it a really upgrade, but you got $1,600 GPU money, man. Ryzen 9 7950X 3D.
They have to come down.
Zen 5 will not be out for a full year. Do you want to live with your bottlenecks for a full year? You could wait to go to Zen 5, but it's the same platform you can buy today. You could buy it today, and then either move to Zen 5. And
I keep breaking them a little bit.
And if you decide to upgrade to a 5090, you probably need to. Or you wait for Zen 6.
Man.
And then you'll do both a GPU and an upgrade, a GPU and a CPU.
You don't have a whole lot of heals.
I got a bunch. I got a bunch.
Decent X670E motherboard. Not a $200 board, not a $150 board. If you're gonna buy a $700 CPU, get a $1,600 video card. Buy a $300 to $400 motherboard. They're expensive, and the AM5 boards just cost a lot. I would look at something like the X670E Pro Art Creator from ASUS. That's the board I have at home. You could take a look at. I don't know, you can look at the gaming, the Aorus Master from Gigabyte, the Carbon from MSI, ASRock. You want a premium board. You're going to keep it and then do the Zen 6 upgrade. You may
This Wraith is hurt.
for the next 6 to 7 years.
She gone. Oh, the other one's here. The other one's right here. She's picking her up. She's picking her up. Nope, she's not. The Wraith is right there.
As we're recording this on a $750 bill. And here's a question about a not $750 bill.
Definitely not.
So, it's a great example of the difference in experience between this price point and this price point. Which is fine.
That's
When I was
right.
younger, I had this budget. I'm older. I have a better
Oh, I
budget.
should have hit the
That's
jump
okay.
pad. Didn't even see
I
that
encourage
shit.
you all to work hard,
Big
save your
Burger
money,
says,
follow top of the
GG.
price, and you can buy really nice things. But if you've got $1,600 GPU money, $1,000 for a CPU and motherboard, but that motherboard will get reused for Zen 6, buy 64 gigs of RAM, it'll cost about $250-ish, 200 and whatever dollars, for 60. 64 gigs of DDR5 6000. Get a
Super to a 4090 for a Wii upgrade. Got a 5900X, 32 gigs of RAM on an X570. He wants to know, should he wait for Zen 5 or go to Zen 4 now, then to Zen 6, sending the Tim Tams.
Buy Windows 10 Professional for $15.
Really?
Activate instantly online with Microsoft and keep it forever.
still
Don't pay full
going
price.
to-
Get the best deal from our sponsor,
Well, that was me
using our
fucking
link
up.
in the video description below. Full details on how this amazing deal works at the end of the video.
I'm about to say something very controversial, which many people have argued with me. You will be bottlenecked by that CPU at any resolution. Well, okay, maybe not 8K, but nobody's playing at 8K.
4090.
With a 4090, at any resolution, 1080p, 1440p, or 4K, Zen 3 will bottleneck you. It'll bottleneck you no matter what your settings are. It is a bottleneck. I have tested this. I have shown this footage in the past. We have done a lot of games on Zen 3, Zen 4, Raptor, Alder, etc. It is real. Even at 4K, you may very well see a 20+% bottleneck. Even at 4K. I just had a tweet. Oh my goodness, when was this? This was today, actually.
Today?
This was today when somebody said to me,
I'll tell you one thing. I just finished my new 13900K build and moved my 4090 over from my 5950X to this chip. You were right. Even the 5950X is bottlenecked at 4K. Putting this PC on my 65-inch OLED, my eyes are melting.
now in fairness, he said 13900K, not Zen 4 Ryzen 9 7950X. They're almost interchangeable. A 7950X and a 13900K they're within a rounding error. They're about 3% apart. I mean, it's a meaningless difference. I have a 13900K editing PC that I actually use at the office. I stream on Twitch on. I have a 7950X at home. They're both monsters. So you've got a Ryzen 9 5900X, not even a 5950X, a 5900X, and you just upgraded to a RTX 4090. I know it's expensive, and you may not want to make an immediate upgrade, but you've got $1,600 GPU money, man. Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. Zen 5 will not be out for a full year. Do you want to live with your bottlenecks for a full year? You could wait to go to Zen 5, but it's the same platform you can buy today. You could buy it today, and then either move to Zen 5 in a year, and if you decide to upgrade to a 5090, you probably will need to. Or you wait for Zen 6, and then you'll do both a GPU and a CPU upgrade at the same time, but you can keep your current platform. I strongly encourage you to buy a really decent X670E motherboard. Not a $200 board, not a $150 board. You're going to buy a $600 to $700 CPU, get a $1,600 video card. Buy a $300 to $400 motherboard. They're expensive. AMD AM5 boards just cost a lot. I would look at something like the X670E Pro Art Creator from Asus. That's the board I have at home.
Melch, thank you.
Works great, no issues. You can take a look at, oh shoot, you can look at the gaming, the Aorus Master from Gigabyte, the Carbon from MSI, the Tai Chi from ASRock.
There's quite a few.
You want a premium board because if you're going to keep it and then do a Zen 6 upgrade, you may have that board for the next 6 to 7 years. Splurge, spend an extra $100, spend $600 on the CPU, $400 on the board, it's $1,000. Which, look, we're doing a live stream as we're recording this on a $750 build. And here's a question about a not $750 build.
Definitely not.
So it's a great example of the difference in experience between this price point and this price point, which is fun. Some people have this budget. When I was younger, I had this budget. I'm older, I have a better budget. That's just life. I encourage you all to work hard, save money, follow obligations, right? Buy really nice things. But if you've got $1,600 GPU money, $1,000 for a CPU motherboard, but that motherboard will get reused for Zen 6. Buy 64 gigs of RAM, about $250-ish, $200 for 64 gigs of DDR5 Get a 2 terabyte XS70 for $87 in boot drive. And Bob is your uncle. You have bought a beast for a minimum of half a decade. Maybe longer, because that's exactly just like Ann Porter. What do you want to do? Zen 3 came out in 2020. We are in the second half of 2023. UR City Keys provides discounted Windows keys at amazing prices. $15 for Windows.
All right, now there's a critical comment. It is what it is. Deanne Loso says, I'm sorry I had to turn off the show because I can't stand to watch one of the hosts defend genocide. I understand that Ben has strong feelings on this issue, but saying it's the price of war is unjustifiable. Look, I understand what you're saying, Deanne. I think I called it that. Having said that, we have to hear each other out. You think that it's a genocide. Ben doesn't think that. So don't shut it off. I know, look, sometimes it's tough dealing with people yelling, and I'm the number one culprit of that, okay? But please try to bear through it so that you get both sides of the issue, then come to your conclusions.
I too want to address one of the comments that was said during the break because it's very important. One viewer said that they had to turn off because they can't stand to see me endorsing a genocide. And then Cenk stood up for me and said, no, please, you have to listen to both sides. And while Cenk has used that word, Ben does not feel it's a genocide, which I don't. But further, I want to make sure it's clear. I pitched the last story about the accidental using of the wrong bombs that killed a lot of people that led to a very bad painting of the IDF. I wanted that story on the air because it's crucial to me to have both sides of this covered. And I just want to make it clear to all people that have been watching me on TYT for years now, you know my heart. And the most heartbreaking thing for me personally in this whole war has been seeing people who know my heart instantly shut up. If people that are both progressive...
Didn't we already see this one, buddy?
Have you recently received a new weigh around 5 pounds, which certainly isn't light by any stretch? All that cooling that high-end GPUs require can make some cards pretty chunky. But here's the good news. Motherboard manufacturers are fully aware of how heavy graphics cards can get, and slots are designed with the card's weight in mind. Lots of these horror stories you've seen have been on older boards, or when significantly more force than just the weight of the card was put onto the slot. This can be the result of someone trying too hard to insert or remove a card, or neglecting to remove the card before shipping or otherwise relocating the PC, where extra force can be put onto the slot if the PC gets bumped or jostled around. You should have secured me! As long as you remember to screw the card into the case and don't put extra force on it, you should be just fine even with the heaviest of cards. Although some larger cards do come with anti-sag brackets, because sagging can pose a risk of damaging the card if the sag is severe, these are more important if you're moving the system around a lot. They aren't necessary to prevent your PCIe slot from breaking off if you're keeping your computer in one place. Let's step away from the high dynamic range, or HDR, a feature that was once only found on high-end models, but has now trickled down to even budget TVs. But are you actually getting a good deal if you buy a discounted model that prominently advertises HDR support? The answer might be no. You see, HDR is a hyped feature because it can make the image on your screen look more detailed, especially in darker and brighter areas where traditional TVs often struggle. Assuming, of course, that you're actually watching content recorded or mastered in HDR. But for HDR to make a real difference, the screen has to be capable of getting bright enough to reproduce these details accurately. This doesn't mean you need the highest end panel in the market, but most cheap TVs just can't get adequately bright. In fact, some of these budget models that technically support HDR don't even get bright enough to produce a good non-HDR picture in a bright room. So if you want a decent HDR experience, our opinion is that you should find a TV that can put out at least 600 nits of brightness, and definitely don't go for anything under 400 nits. Some models will list how bright they can get on the spec sheet, while for others you may need to hunt down a review on a site like Ratings. Buying a really cheap TV just because it has HDR support is like going to a $15 buffet because they have unlimited steak. It might be technically true, But are you really going to enjoy gnawing on a piece of meat that resembles shoe leather? If it tastes good. Finally, here's one for anybody who just got a new pair of headphones or earbuds. A common piece of advice you see on some headphone enthusiast forums is to burn in the headphones for a certain amount of time. We're talking 40 hours or more of playing music, white noise, or frequency sweeps through the headphones before they're ready to listen to. The theory is that burning the headphones in will soften up the internals and allow them to respond more quickly to inputs, thereby producing a better sound. Kind of like breaking in a baseball glove until it becomes more pliable. But think about this. A softer headphone driver also won't stop moving as quickly, which would result in worse sound quality if you follow this burn-in logic. Furthermore, independent testing has already shown that various enthusiast-grade headphones showed no perceptible difference in sound quality after lengthy periods of burn-in. Any perceived difference is likely due to a placebo effect, or a phenomenon some enthusiasts call brain burn-in, which is much more dangerous. This is the idea that after using an old TV. Specifically, we're going to talk about high dynamic range, or HDR, a feature that was once only found on high-end models, but has now trickled down to even budget TVs. But are you actually getting a good deal if you buy a discounted model that prominently advertises HDR support? The answer might be no. You see, HDR is a hyped feature because it can make the image on your screen look more detailed, especially in darker and brighter areas where traditional TVs often struggle. Assuming, of course, that you're actually watching content recorded or mastered in HDR. But for HDR to make a real difference, the screen has to be capable of getting bright enough to reproduce these details accurately. This doesn't mean you need the highest end panel in the market, but most cheap TVs just can't get adequately bright. In fact, some of these budget models that technically support HDR don't even get bright enough to produce a good non-HDR picture in a bright room.
See if this is gonna
So
work.
if you want a decent HDR experience, our opinion is that you should find a TV that can put out at least 600 nits of brightness, and definitely don't go for anything under 400 nits. Some models will list how bright they can get on the spec sheet, while for others you may need to hunt down a review on a site like Ratings. Buying a really cheap TV just because it has HDR support is like going to a $15 buffet because they have unlimited steak. It might be technically true, but are you really going to enjoy gnawing on a piece of meat that resembles shoe leather? If it tastes good. Finally, here's one for anybody who just got a new pair of headphones or earbuds. A common piece of advice you see on some headphone enthusiast forums is to burn in the headphones for a certain amount of time. We're talking 40 hours or more of playing music, white noise, or frequency difference is likely due to a placebo effect, or a phenomenon some enthusiasts call brain burn-in, which is much more dangerous. This is the idea that after using an old pair of headphones for a long time, you get used to their sound. So when you switch to a new pair, the new ones don't sound neutral, leading you to think that they need to be burnt in, when the reality is that you're just not used to a different sound signature. So the takeaway here is just to go ahead and start enjoying your headphones as soon as you take them out of the package. You gotta take instant gratification in life, the rare times you can get it. And I am instantly gratified to see that you watched this whole video. How amazing! Thanks for watching. Like the video if you liked it, dislike it if you disliked it. Video suggestions, and don't forget to subscribe and follow. And I'm listening in my audio grade headphones. I can hear you.
A lot to expect this January. Google settling $5 billion for tracking you in incognito, and could Andy actually release a card like this? Let's get into hot news, everybody. It is Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. Hope you had a Merry New Year. We'll jump on into a lot of the tech announcements that we're supposed to be expecting this coming month here in January 2024, because we do have CES taking place next week, and there's a lot to be going on there. But Video Cards put together a nice little roundup of everything that which is the same day we're allegedly supposed to be getting the RX 7600 XT, and then the 4080 Super will close out the month of January on the 31st. So there's a lot to be anticipated this month. We obviously are still waiting to find out what the pricing is going to be. We will get into the specs on the Super Series right now, because there are more details coming out about what we can expect performance-wise
from the 4080 Super, the 4070 Tisper, and the 4070 Super, because it's not just going to be an increase in the amount of cores, which could get us actually better gaming performance. As you can see right here, the 4080 Super is supposed to have 5% increase in cores, the 4070 Tisper is supposed to have a 10% increase, and the 4070 Super is supposed to have a 21.7% increase. But then there's also some clock speed, 4% on the 4080, 1.3% on the 4070 Ti, and then 3.1% on the 4070 as well. Memory clock speed increases on the 4080 Super coming in at 0.6 gigabits per second faster, giving you 20.2 gigabytes per second more total bandwidth. But allegedly, we're also supposed to be getting a higher amount of VRAM on the 4070 Ti. Allegedly, according to this report, the 4070 Ti Super is supposed to get that bump up from 12 to 16 gigabytes, which will allow for people to stop worrying so much about that and keep pace with it on AMD's side. The 4070 Super is still supposed to have the 12 gigabyte VRAM amount, which will likely mean that AMD is still more competitive on that side. The only real negative drawback on the Super Series launch, besides price, don't do anything about that, is the 4070 coming in at 20 watts higher, which also is going to be forced to have that 16-pin power connector that could potentially melt. Not a great time there, but we always have a great time with Reese when he's our Deal Master. Last week this shirt, thankfully, then we're wearing it.
Yo, welcome back to Empty Deals, bringing the hottest tech deals on the internet. Happy New Year's, guys. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. Had a great time down by the coast, but now I'm home. Well, home-ish. I'm at my parents' place, and I'll be home in a little bit, so lots of travel for me. But otherwise, I had a great start to my year, and I've got a great start to today's deals, starting with the Corsair M65 RGB Elite wired gaming mouse, which you can pick up for only $22.49 with the included promo code, making it $47.50 off. But then next up, we have a special one, which is the Huron Canvas 16, which is a graphics scoring tablet, which is currently going for only $289.99 with the coupon applied, making it $110 off. If you've ever wanted to get into drawing, I really recommend the Huron stuff. I have one of their tablets myself. I like it. That's the highest praise. And then continuing on the productivity side, we have the Samsung Viewfinity S9, which is a 27-inch 5K Thunderbolt 4 monitor for only $900, making it $699.99 off. For a very productivity-focused monitor, huge resolution, great color accuracy, and, you know, looks pretty. And with that, the deals are done. You can find these and more linked in the video description down below. But until next time, I'm gonna hand you back to Brett for the rest of your hot news.
Google ran into a bad deal, Reese, which is the fact that they now owe $5 billion to a lawsuit for people who alleged that Google was actually tracking people in incognito mode, to which a lot of people say, oh no, really? And then the other half say, wow, you didn't think that they were lying about that? This lawsuit happened in 2020 with it being alleged that they were tracking in ways that they promised that they weren't going to. Google said, nuh-uh, we absolutely aren't doing that. It doesn't save users' activity, even though websites could still collect information during that session. But according to all of this, it does seem like Google was actually tracking all of that and then going on to sell that ad. They weren't so bad, but then kind of leaked a lot to the public. So companies trying to avoid that. And we talked earlier about how NVIDIA was trying to avoid giving people 16 gigabytes of VRAM. You couldn't get it on the 4070 or the 4070 Ti. But according to a new EEC filing, it looks like potentially the 7600 XT, which is going to be the, at least from what
Oh my god, dude, really?
That we've gotten in many years, could potentially be launching with 16 gigabytes of VRAM. So this is according to a Gigabyte Oris EEC filing where there's 7600 XT with 16 gigabytes of memory. Previous indications of the 7600 XT, like when we talked about it last week, was that it would have either 10 or 12, so this is the first entry we're seeing where it's now going to potentially be 16. This does leave a lot of questions out there of what's going to be the real amount, especially as AMD launches this later this year. Maybe, potentially, we could be put back in a situation like we have with the RX 580 and the RX 480, where there's two different VRAM amounts. That's part of the reason why that generation was so great. In case you wanted to save a little bit of money, you didn't need the extra VRAM, you could buy the 4 gigabyte RX 580. In case you needed the extra 4 gigabytes for mining reasons, then you could pay a little bit more and get that too. Potentially a 7600 XT, we could be looking at an 8 and 16 gig version, although there have been any reports of the 8 gig side of things. Maybe 12 and 16. The only reason that would be funny is because then the memory speed would have to be different, because the memory bus would have to change between 12 and 16 gigs. But it's intriguing nonetheless. The 7600 XT could be a very big deal, a good. I'm hoping not $299, but you know, $349 to $299, somewhere in that sale region where you can get 12 to 16 gigabytes of VRAM, a very, very competent high-end 1080p card that can also keep pace in 1440p in a lot of titles. That would be great. I would love to see that maybe get back to the form of the way mid-tier cards used to be in the 1060, 480, 580 days. And the days of me reading your comments are not over. It's a new year, it's new you. Let's go ahead and see what you guys had to say about last week's episode. We got Terrible Crap HD saying the 7600 at $349 would be not too bad, but IMO needs to be at $300 to absolutely destroy the crap out of NVIDIA. I do agree. $299 would be the best, but the 7600 does come in at that $269 price point, which just makes it really difficult. Maybe $329, a $60 difference between the 7600 and the XT version would, at least in my mind, separate it enough, and then that puts it at what the 3060 launched at $329, and I think that's still very, very competitive. $349, if it does come with 16 gigabytes of VRAM, I'm not going to complain about that. Maybe I'll have to complain about it. 6500 XT, which had a whole bunch of problems. See, Loon saying, although I'm hyped to see viable options from AMD as of late, a gripe I have with AMD cards is I wish they were more readily supported in productivity software. It's disappointing that I have CPU software render in apps like Blender when I have a perfectly capable 6700 XT in my machine sitting idle. The other option is buy something like a 4060 or another used NVIDIA card in the same price bracket, but why should I have to side grade just for software support? This is one of the things that NVIDIA has been talking about lately. They are not necessarily a hardware company first, but they are a software
We're about to
company
get
that
evil.
happens to make hardware. That's one of the assets that NVIDIA has had over the years. The fact that, number one, they are just prioritizing the applications that people actually use, making sure that their GPUs are being developed for, and that all the acceleration happen. NVIDIA has put themselves in a very, very good place when it comes to that, and AMD is still trying to play catch up, and we're kind of seeing that happen with Intel, with just how much software work like series GPUs, it takes a long time to actually catch up.
What up?
The industry is. NVIDIA
What up? You need help? You need help?
Get there. Intel's
We're in an Xbox party.
Although they do have
I'm in a PC party.
where you have quick sync
Hey.
and some other acceleration.
I don't play on console, you console peasants.
PP party. That sucks for you, brother.
I bet that's fun.
It sucks for me to what, not have aimbot on?
I don't know.
I've been up with a clown.
To have more than 60 frames per second? It must really suck to have more than 60 frames per second.
Okay. You're so cool, bro.
You don't even have force feedback on your triggers, for God's sake.
Yep.
You Microsoft shill.
Your team leader. Set a drop point for your
Meanwhile, I'm
squad,
playing on
soldier.
Windows.
That's cool.
Keep clear of that gas. Get to the safe zone.
That PC would have helped if you killed that last guy out of the fucking 3 out of 4 that I downed there.
I wasn't with you,
But
sir.
hey, then it was the other guy.
That's your own team that you're talking shit to. Isn't that the people in your party?
No, just you, bro.
Well, I wasn't with you. This is the first game I'm playing with you, bro.
Oh, you sure about that?
Yeah, considering that I was just playing Apex Legends and it took me like 20 fucking restarts to get this game to work because it's so fucking broken.
Okay.
You wouldn't know anything about that though because you just click play and it just starts on your console.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Congratulations, controller warrior.
How do you even know I'm playing on a controller though? Like, that's hilarious to say.
How
you
is
don't
that?
think we could play keyboard and mouse on an Xbox? Don't be
Yeah,
dumb,
you
though.
can, but why would you have a fucking Xbox if you were gonna play keys and mice? That doesn't make any sense.
How you know I'm on an Xbox? Just because I said
You
Xbox?
just said that. You what? Because I have ears? How do I know things? Because I listen.
Oh, this guy's too much.
I use logic.
Yeah, you're logical.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
And it's too late, baby, baby.
Hopefully
It's
this is
too
another bot
late.
lobby as the last one was.
Beep. Beep boop. And it's too late, baby, baby. It's too late. Do you really want to do? Let me go see what this door scored message is about. What? Heard a motherfucking message, but then I go and check and I don't see a message. Where did that message come in? I don't fucking get it.
Do none of y'all have plates or something? There you go, Blue. You just put a plate in. Put a plate in. Waters, there you go. There
Didn't
you
you
go.
say you were in on a party with these dudes?
No, just one dude, bro. And I exited out to talk to your fucking dumbass, unfortunately.
Yeah, it feels bad, doesn't it? You can always switch back to your buddy.
I mean, I could just mute you, but it's cool. I'd rather try to play to win.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Thank you. I get a loadout or wait for the free one. Everyone do. That shit's about to drop anyway.
You got a loadout drop inbound.
I'm not gonna
Closing
snipe, I don't
in.
think.
Relocating the safe zone. We lost that sumbitch. Bounty contract's been pulled.
It's a bounty contract.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Hunt them down.
Moving. Armor pouch here.
Bounty guy.
You got gas moving in. Head to the safe zone. Friendly UAV overhead.
Enemy here.
If you got a sniper, that bounty's right up there. The whole team.
Is that you shooting?
Yeah.
Are they coming your way?
Nope. It's the bounty. They just pushed up from here to here.
They're gonna come across. The gas is coming, so they're gonna.
That's why I tried to get across, but come back. They're probably gonna push right up this way. No, they're fighting with somebody right here.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, right. That guy was stunned. Oh, that mortar got me. No way. Down one, killed one. Coming back, I need to get my shit right here. Not gonna happen in the gas though. Holy shit with the mortars, dude.
Your squad mate is in the gulag. If they survive, they redeploy.
There he is. Oh, pick me up.
Got one sighted here. Moving here.
Oh shit, getting shot.
Your squad mate failed their mission. They're headed back to base.
No effect on target.
Right here.
Dark. We lost the contract. You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
I don't have shit for guns right now, bro. My brother's on the roof.
Marking enemy.
Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Enemy here.
Breaking them.
Need mid-count rounds.
Squad mate, redeploy to the AO.
Enemy marked.
Gotcha.
I hit one. I hit one hard.
Got one
What is
sighted
there?
here.
2 left over there? 3? There's 3.
Moving here. Cancel that.
I don't have decent guns to shoot that far.
Get inbound.
I'm
Hit
hitting
'em
them,
a
but that's
couple
all I can
times,
do.
bro.
That's all I can do
Yeah,
is kind
same.
of clip them, and they're gonna keep moving through it.
Yep. I'm just gonna
Move
push
to
it
the
up.
safe zone.
Oh, I got a sniper. That's what I need to do. Where are they? I think. Yep. They're down here somewhere.
Hit him.
Yep, they're right here. Hit one. Hit another. Oh my goodness. This fucking sniper's trash. They're kind of splitting up.
Oh,
Yeah, but they're coming my way somehow.
Yeah, they are.
Marking enemy.
How am I not hitting this fucking guy? Or downing him anyways. God damn. Imperium's garbage.
Need large caliber rounds. Moving.
One of them's dead up there. There's another team here.
Enemy movement in the AO.
Yeah, I'm dead. Wow.
Your squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to
I can't believe
survive
that
to
fucking
redeploy.
mortar took me out, bro. That's crazy.
dead?
Way back when I lost my loadout, yeah, it's like if you get smacked in the face with a rocket, it doesn't do shit, but if you're fucking 15 meters out, you're gonna die.
Oh, catch these guys.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Dog, how many fucking shots does it take? Too many. Holy
Squad
shit.
mate 1 to 5. They're redeploying now.
Here's for my last.
Up there.
All
Can we buy a
stations,
loadout?
jailbreak is
Where
active.
y'all at?
This guy's trying to go
Right there.
We need to move though. This fucking storm's about to come at us.
Yeah, you're fucked where you're sitting at, Waters. Got him. 2 more. Live ping right here.
Gas is closing in.
Oh my god.
How is there a
Snipers
semi-auto,
everywhere.
dude? What the fuck is that?
Heads up! Jailbreak is active. Get to the safe zone.
There's guys to our left.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah, I got hit hard behind us.
We got enough to buy a loadout right here. We all get together on the same page.
Right here.
Wow, bro. What a snipe.
Oh, I'm getting fucked up.
Wow, that dude ripped somebody flying through the air and then turned and sniped me immediately. That's crazy. 1100 damage with 1 kill. Nice. Hit that buy. You ain't even got enough, Blue.
There it is right there.
Be advised, your squad is
Oh,
down.
he's
It's up
dead
to
now.
you now.
Crazy how they show that view and like the bullets going through. Dude, mute, dude.
No!
Gave it a solid try. Time to head back to base. The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
Bro. I'm gonna take a break. Hit me up, brother. I will.
I fucking hit that guy. I fucking hit that guy to lie. Who the fuck am I even commenting on? What a weird ass shit. Who is being commented on, bro? Battle Royale Squad started up now.
Accelerations that were being used on the integrated graphics. So Intel does have some bit of advantage there. It's intriguing to see where we are. I agree with you, AMD, if they could figure out their software, not even driver, but yes, software support on a lot of different professional applications, they would start to get recommended a lot more. We got Ted Kenobi saying AMD will sabotage themselves once again, and the Drunken Monkey saying AMD will crush NVIDIA. Hearing that for 15 years already. Yeah, that's every time you want to get excited for AMD, something happens where they don't quite fulfill their end of the bargain on a lot of different things. I think the best launch we've had is the 7000 series. This is one of the first ones where it's like, oh, okay, they're doing really well. They could have done better if the 7900 XTX came in at that $699 price point. They would have been in everybody's system, I would have guessed. But because they were trying to position themselves against something like the 4080, they raised the price to $9.99. So I'm the happiest with AMD this generation than I've been since the 580. The 580 was such a good mid-tier card. I can't describe how good that is. They've kind of been hit or miss since then. 6000 series saw them get their act together, but then there was the GPU shortage. 7000 series, I really feel like is a good turning
Check your
point.
gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
And we'll close out with double-A battery saying, Nvidia already came out and said that they have the 59 refresh, but they're holding on to it in case AMD has a competitor, and they're not going to release it until AMD comes out with a viable competitor. I'm just glad AMD will force it to do that. Nvidia never said that.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Rip the dust off. We're up in green lights. Let's move.
There we are.
Head
shed gave the green light. We're deploying you to the front lines. Gear up, grab your chutes. Enemy activity will be high. Expect contact early and often.
They would have announced it already publicly, which they have.
Let's roll.
That is so much
Battle Royale.
They came out and started selling something.
Heading towards the contract. Gas is approaching on your position. Move to the safe zone.
To shame in a trouncing format, they have no reason. They have tens of billions of dollars riding on them having the latest and greatest out on the market. I don't know if they need to withhold it. So I don't know if I would trust that report that they just have it. Is it in development? Yeah, most likely. Probably going to launch this year. Yeah, more than likely.
Uh-oh, I'm away from my team!
What is being said, what's still rumor, all that kind of stuff. But I hear rumor that I will be back with more of the hot sectors tomorrow.
You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive.
A really important talking point that
Gas
I think
is
really
moving.
surfaces now, and it was only mentioned a couple weeks back by Dr. Disrespect, is the current state of Twitch. He was previously asked about their recent updates around artistic nudity and all the NSFW
Your squad made it to
stuff
the
going around.
safe
We
zone.
talked about that. We beat that dead horse. We will see where that platform goes in the future and how they're going to handle those kind of issues.
Did anyone land around here?
A particular note that Doc hit on the head that's been kind of there for a while for a lot of people, and he says that Twitch has forgot what it was built on, gaming, and I think that could be extended to IRL content, more creative content, but the core focus, it still exists. A huge part of Twitch and its growth ever since Justin TV was gaming, and that's how I discovered it, that's how a lot of people did, and Doc says that Twitch has kind of forgot what it was.
Talking about Twitch art. And that platform is something else, huh? Just the way it's like it's ran and decisions that trickle in, and then like to be that big, I say big, of a company, and to put out those type of changes, and then in one day retract those changes, you just got to think like, man, there's not much thought being put into this stuff, is there? I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon cuts Twitch. Like they finally say, you know what, let's get rid of these guys, man. First off, they're a money pit.
Yo, I got a guy on me.
They've always been a money pit, right? And there's just too much risk. Like, boom, cut off ties, cut off all, you know, I don't know.
I'm gonna try to get to you guys.
You gotta look at what that site was built on, right? Right, the foundation, the bones. Gaming is what it was built on. Gaming entertainment. Talk about what 2024 looks like for the two-time. Man, AW. Yeah. 2024 is going to be a big year, Ken.
And there's certainly a part of this that I can agree with. I have other videos where I've already talked about this and certainly talked a mouthful on all the streamers out there that have gotten a lot of attention and get away with these one-day bans and the content that really just bends the lines and tries to push Twitch into a corner of having to make a decision that they clearly don't want to make. and that means actual punishments. And we've covered a lot of other stories, maybe some unfair treatment of some, you know, it's wild to me that some of the content that exists on Twitch, well, the reason it does is because they allow it to do so. It's not just Twitch that has
The enemy
this
lost
issue.
track of you. Good work down there.
Really struggling
Your
with
squad mate is in the gulag. If they survive, they redeploy.
So if you're going to bring up the case, I think it's really fair to bring up Kink and some of the content they've had as well. I think for me, as a fan of gaming and streaming and discovering all these platforms through video games,
loadout drop headed your way.
Realizing that a lot of other topics also garner a lot of other viewership, and these platforms are also trying to figure out, hey, is gaming going to be enough? Gaming is huge. It's going
Gas
to have a
is
future,
closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
content and some of this NSFW content. Also
Your squad mate lost the fight.
So
They're
these
RTB at this
platforms are
time.
like, okay, we grew for this. Now this is also grown.
You guys kill them?
That's just my thought on it right
Yes.
now. Don't get me wrong, if you were a gamer or a streamer focused on games, Twitch is probably still the spot you want to be when it comes to big cultural gaming events. YouTube still, I would say, eclipses Twitch because it has just a massive audience. But for the most part, on a day-to-day basis, you want to be on Twitch, and I really respect that, and I will always give them credit where it's due. But for me, it feels like over the past
I just got shot though up
There's
there.
like 3 teams on loadout.
Really lost
Counter UAV online. They're blind.
It just the focuses are all these controversies, all this drama, and the same can be said for Kick with their IRL streamers. It just doesn't seem to be as honed in with the gamers that it once was. And maybe I'm wild for saying this. Maybe
got
it's
gas
a
moving
different
in.
time than it was 2 to 3 years ago during peak COVID, where everyone was home, everyone was playing games, and we had great games to play. There were also party games, multiplayers, battle royales.
All squad members are in the
But
safe
it
zone.
does feel like Twitch has certainly drifted away from that a little bit. What do you guys think about this topic? How can they get back, though? And how can they continue to be the giant they are in gaming and the streaming world? In 2024, I think it's going to show us a lot for all these platforms, and we'll see what the future really is. So, what do you guys think? Are you having a good day so far? Hopefully,
Counter UAV online. They're blind.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
For lunch. If you guys are just waking up, welcome, you groggy-eyed beaver. And if you guys are going to bed, have a good night. All right, see you back here sometime soon. Take care. All right, bye.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Triple B News channel. Today we're going to be talking about the Tactical Brit. A recent video went out on Bad Boy Beaming channel asking the community whether or not a moment in the Tactical Brit's gameplay was hacked or cracked. And this guy actually...
You don't gotta come if you don't want to.
I want to show you guys the video that we put up on
I'm just getting in this mode.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Counter UAV is returning to base.
There's one coming this way. Where's the corner? Nice.
Oh, that was so... Oh my god, that is so fast. That's so fast.
Your squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy. Enemy soldier incoming.
Get it,
video has actually sparked a little bit of the back and forth now, because what's happened, the Tactical Brit has over to Twitter and actually decided to post a section of the video which actually doesn't show the moment that he himself said look so sus in the video. The video I posted, you hear him say those words after the moment, and there was a big red arrow that indicated the moment that I felt might have been sus in that video. However, he chose to leave that out, and this is the video that he actually posted over on his Twitter account.
Double beat me, double beat me.
I don't say stop watching loadout.
One play.
Don't land on me, there's a bunch of guys here. And there's a guy on that loadout, I guess.
Oh yeah, you have one. You have right here. Two. Three.
Jump, jump, jump!
RTB.
Oh, it's a home run.
Right. You can clearly see the difference in the videos, right? In the video that I posted, the big red arrow that popped up with a ding that indicates. Right. You can clearly see the difference in the videos, right? In the video that I posted, there was a big red arrow that popped up with a ding that indicated the moment that may have been sus. On top of that, the tactical Brit himself in that moment stated, oh, that looks kind of sus, right? So he pointed it out himself, but then when he came to actually trying to claim I doctored clips of his doctored footage, then he actually left that moment out where he himself in the video claimed it to be sus. But he didn't just post the video alone, he actually added a little bit of context to that. He said, I don't normally bother with these geezers because they usually aren't worth the oxygen they breathe, but if you have ever needed any reason to not trust hacker hunters, watch Bad Boy Penis doctor footage of my stream in a hacked or cracked. Bro saw contrast and went 2000%. One thing that he is right about, I did add quite a bit of contrast to that video. It's an extremely bland game. I add contrast to all videos, whether that's my gameplay or anything. I always add a little bit of contrast. But hey, in future, I will probably leave the contrast out if it's going to cause people like Tactical Brit to claim that I am in fact doctoring footage. When in fact, doctoring footage would be, I don't know, cutting out the section where it's indicating the sus moment with a red arrow, and then you state that looks so sus. That would probably fit under doctoring footage, right? But on top of that, he actually claimed that he was going to get a privacy takedown on that video. Don't worry, I've saved you some trouble. I've actually removed the video already. The simple thing is, you have shown more about yourself here in this moment by leaving that sus moment out of the video you shared to Twitter, claiming that I was doctoring footage on a moment where, even with the contrast on, you could see that enemy on both. Whether you claim it to be doctored or not, the enemy in that clip can be seen on both. So you don't have to worry about a takedown, but the fact that you wanted to take it down says a lot more about whether or not that was sus or not. But on top of that, I actually decided to respond on Twitter and actually let the people of Twitter know what section he actually left out of that short. So with this tweet, I actually shared the moment where the red arrow pops up and he claims that looks so sus. I've added context saying, crazy how you focused on something which had nothing to do with the sus moment. Here is the moment that you chose to leave out of your Twitter video, and in brackets I've put, that looks so sus, the Tactical Brit. So he can claim what he wants about whether or not that video was doctored. I suppose, in the grand scheme of things, adding a little bit of contrast to a video could class as that, but there was no intention behind that, other than the fact that I wanted to add a little bit of colour to an extremely bland game. And then he decided to leave out the section with the big red arrow popping up with a ding.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
You guys to decide whether or not the Tactical Brit is making himself look guilty, or whether or not he had the right to try and go at me for putting that video out. But one thing's for sure,
enemies dropping into the AO.
Definitely not add any contrast to the videos I upload on my YouTube channels. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you think the Tactical Brit had a right to go at me the way he did? Or do you think that he should have actually put full context of the video on Twitter and decided to try and claim that I doctored something? Let me know in the comments below, guys. And if you did enjoy today's
all
news,
stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss tomorrow's news. Triple B, over and out.
Get that bird spinning. Finish up. We're airborne in 3. There we are. Head shed gave the green light. We're deploying you to the front lines. You're up. Grab your chutes. Enemy activity will be high. Expect contact early and often.
Let's roll. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there. squad mate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy. Gas is moving. Your squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy. Some of your squad's outside the safe zone. Squad mate has been cleared for redeployment. Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Marking contract. Cancel that.
today I uploaded my first Brotherhood 2.0 video. That's right, Hank, the year was 2007. George W. Bush was president.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
People are 13 and put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and she getting you drugs and the drain water too big.
Watch at the grocery store over there. Being single is just so much easier. Good kid? It is though. Like, fucking lying and shit to me.
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Let's get that bird spinning. Finish up. We're airborne in 3. Gang's all here. Word came down. We are green to go. So gear up, grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. We're cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side.
What?
Mark a drop point for your squad and lead them in. You got gas closing in fast. Unass yourself to the safe zone.
That's right, Hank. The year was 2007. George W. Bush was president.
Scrappy, you can pick.
No, it's okay. You pick, bitch.
Hey, Scrappy, fuck you.
Suck on it.
There you go.
Drop to your knees. You got them pads on. Glug glug, motherfucker.
We couldn't get a
I can't hear you with all that wind going by my hair.
Later, I was the guy who gave a speech at the United Nations, and in both cases, Nerd Criterion was like, oh yeah, that tracks, I'm just happy to be on the road with these brothers. And because of that, Hank, this public conversation between you and me has now lasted for over a third of both of our lives. We've each uploaded over 1,100 videos that have been viewed in total more than
Gas is inbound. Your squad mate found intel on the location of the next gas spread. Get it to the designated uplink station for decryption. Hurry.
Which points at something important. We've been very
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Astonishingly long period of time with so many wonderful people. But at the same time, we've never been like that successful. We haven't gotten close to the center of YouTuber culture. For me, anyway, this is where I'm happiest. I get to
Heads up, an enemy squad marked you as a bounty target.
Charging battery.
Even over 17 years, as many views as Maroon 5's song Girls Like You. In short, Hank, I'm not old yet, but I am old on YouTube, and there are downsides to being old, of course. Like, I don't understand all these newfangled YouTuber techniques like custom thumbnails. But of course, there are also upsides to being old. Like, I can genuinely say about YouTube, do not cite the deep magic to me. I was there when it was written. These eyes have seen a lot of stuff, Hank, from Reply Guys to Prank House. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to see many
many different ways of being a YouTuber. And you know, all in all, I like our way of being a YouTuber. Like, I never expected to be making YouTube videos when I was 46. I don't know if I'll be making them when I'm 50 or 56. But I like the job. I like writing, I like editing, and I like that there are so many lovely people on the other side of it. How do they fit all
Upload has started. Set security.
Such a bad joke. I said before that I'm not old yet, but I am old. Right, so I like the job, but I do want to change. Over the last 17 years, there have been many weeks, maybe
Transfer complete.
5,
Marking incoming gas spread coordinates on your tech map.
Sometimes it's a mental health thing, that's been quite present for me lately. Other times I just want to hang out with my family, or I have a writing deadline, or whatever. I just don't want to make a video.
You got enough for
in the past, I've always made a video.
Grab that.
Or at
Grab
least almost. Unless I was like hospitalized or simply couldn't upload because I was in a place that
Your squad mate has intel revealing the location of the next gas spread. Secure them to the uplink station marked on your TAC map for decryption before it's too late.
In discipline when it comes to creativity, sitting down, being available for the work rather than waiting to be inspired or whatever. But I think after 17 years, I know all that. I know how to have the discipline. I know how to show up for the work. And there are still going to be some weeks where I just don't want to, or I have something else that's really important. If there are weeks I don't want to make a video, I'm not going to, which may hurt like subscriber count or view growth or whatever, but at this point, I'm not overly concerned about that stuff as long as Nerd Vicarious stays strong. And I suspect that Nerd Vicarious will stick around, because somehow they have, even amid an ocean of higher res, algorithm-optimized content showing people living in a bunker for 100 days or whatever, over 100,000 human souls still show up to watch these videos, which is just amazing. So thank you for spending part of this.
You got a loadout drop inbound.
Moving here.
It is the final run of 2023, so I thought I would do something.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Basically, I'm just gonna roll and get ready to go.
The enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost him.
I'm just going to talk about my year. I know it's very self-indulgent. It's probably not going to die interesting to most of you. But if you happen to find it interesting, yay. If not, that's fine. You don't have to watch. Just drinking coffee while I do, because one of my 2023 things is that I barely drink anymore. Good stuff.
The fuck? Try to change the quality? It says, oh.
Uploading now. Secure the area.
Oh, you let me crash on you.
Intel transfer complete. Marking incoming gas spread on your TAC map. You're losing ground. Move it. All right, your squad's in the safe zone.
Hey Kevin, I don't like to narrate my own videos, but you text me and I just happened to look and got a live shot of you with your dog. So I sent it back to you as best I could. There's a slight delay when I turn the camera. It doesn't go exactly as quick as it usually does. Anyway, I'm having a great time. I'm coming back Tuesday. Thanks again for inviting me camping with you. Let's do it again.
The fuck?
Can you pull your cheek back before you make a clap sound? Wait, I mean like... That's not a quack sound though. That's just what good pussy sounds like.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh my god, that's so cute! Can I make that noise?
Games. What are they? Who can tell us? We've tried asking games, but a game doesn't respond.
Yeah,
Why is that?
I'm sorry.
We do know that France's antitrust regulator has slapped Sony with a fine of 13.5 million euros for alleged manipulation of the PS4 controller market. And it only took them more than 3 years after the launch of the PS5 for France to take Sony for all the couch cushion change they've built. In a press release, the Autorité de la Concurrence, the country's competition authority, said the fine is imposed jointly and severally on the Sony Group Corporation and 3 of its subsidiary Sonys. Basically, that means they're all equally liable, and it's up to the 4 Sonys to decide who's paying what to Papa France. I think it's Fat Sony's turn to take the hit, but Sony Bagels owes him for macking on his system. What's more interesting are the reasons given for the fine. France said Sony has been using technical countermeasures to affect the proper functioning of third-party controllers. France also claims that Sony's official licensing policy is opaque, and the company would essentially gatekeep access from some manufacturers. This could spell trouble for Xbox, since just a few months ago they enacted a new policy to block unofficial accessories from interacting with Xbox consoles. Microsoft says they are expanding its approval program for third-party accessories, but the Design for Xbox page
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Now, I may be a simple country newsman, but that sounds pretty opaque to me. Watch out, Phil Spencer. A certain country might come and pat down your section. This feels lumpy. I can feel your toonies. Wait, Sony's not Canadian. I forget that other countries don't have toonies. Japan? Sony, but Japan? British? No, Square Enix plans to get more aggressive with AI, according to the company's annual New Year's letter from the president. The letter also outlined the company's continued focus on the blockchain, but that's hardly surprising since Square Enix's current president, Takashi Kiryu, is known on the streets of Kamurocho as the Dragon of Dogecoin. Discussing AI, Kiryu wrote the technology could reshape what we create, and also the processes by which we create.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
And let us say things in the same way but differently. Kiryu believes
All
AI
squad
can be
members
used
are
to
in the
enhance
safe zone.
productivity and marketing in the short term, something he may have demonstrated by having ChatGPT write this letter. In the long term, like every AI stand, Kiryu wants to create new forms of content for consumers using AI. But why use just one buzzword from 2022 when you can use 3? Is a question that probably occurred to the president right before he also discussed the company's commitment to Web 3.0 and the cloud.
I like that loadout too.
Investors love. Near the end of the letter, the president expressed
I really like that loadout.
these initiatives will help each and every employee.
I really like that loadout. Really, I like that loadout. I really like that loadout. 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 I really like that loadout.
While
really like that loadout.
appears to be making great efforts
I really want to push you in the
colorblind filter
push
in
you
the demo
in the
is causing concern among players and
I need
accessibility
to get
experts.
you
Some
off my
gamers have
mind.
claimed that watching footage of the filter gives them a life. We're inclined to believe it because accessibility advisor Ian Hamilton believes it could hospitalize or even kill players. He compared it to a 1997 episode of Pokemon that triggered epileptic seizures in hundreds of children. But Tekken 8's outspoken director, Katsuhiro Harada, has disputed some of the backlash in a Twitter post. He claims that many people have misunderstood the game's settings, which have multiple types of color vision options on top of other accessibility options. However, Harada also said he never claimed or publicized the accessibility options would work for everyone, which is an interesting strategy for defending his game's attempts to work for everyone. But Harada did confirm that the Tekken team has been working with experts to make Tekken 8 more
We
accessible.
lost track of the bounty
For years,
target.
fighting games
Contract
have been some of
failed.
the least accessible games, so it is nice to see that change recently. But accessibility doesn't necessarily mean giving people access to free seizures.
These seizures are rated E for everybody.
It's okay to have things behind a paywall.
Large caliber rounds.
I'm
Well, it's
surrounded.
time for Quick Bits, brought to you by XSplit.
Is that my teammate saying that?
Next level with XSplit's cutting-edge
Or is that
broadcasting
Prox chat?
and tools.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
For your audience
What
to
color are ya?
include too, how will they sub with pride? Keep
What
your
color are ya?
with slick transitions,
Supply
multiple
crates are
audio
restocked.
tracks, as
Advise
well
you
as
load
image
up
and
now.
video loop. So you don't have to do stuff like this on screen to keep people entertained. What are we doing? Check out XSplit today at lmg.gg/XSplit and use code LINUS for a nice 69% off your first purchase or subscription. Quick bits are about two things: being quick being hit. Sometimes they don't have to. Star Wars Outlaws launch window may have been leaked, but Disney Parks blog listing 24 ooh-worthy things at Disney Experiences in 2024. Extra ooh-worthy was the detail that Ubisoft Massive's open-world Space Scoundrel Simulator would be released in late 2024. The post was later edited to remove the word late, so whether that's the real launch window is still an open question. My question is, why was a game you can play at home included in a list of Disney parks?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Overnight, in a claustrophobic reminder of the sequel trilogy. Sounds horrible. Strawberry, seller of all things amphibian, is now the sole publisher of Lovecraft-inspired detective game The Sinking City, following a protracted legal dispute with Nacon, the game's original PC publisher. The suit alleged breach of contract, including withholding £1 million in royalties, falsely implying ownership of the IP, and consorting with half-human horrors of the pelagic deep in return for gold. The PC version will be updated in the coming weeks in preparation for upcoming DLC, and due to technical reasons, it will be incompatible with past save files. Players will be given the option of continuing with the previous version. However, Frogwares urges that they complete the game before the end of February, lest they corrupt their save file and bring a curse upon their entire family line. Not a game. More games released on Steam in 2023 than any other previous year. According to Steam DB, this past year saw 14,531 games released on the platform, which is nearly 2,000 more than the amount released in 2022. This is terrific news for big number enthusiasts, and terrible news for people tired of scrolling through pages of shovelware with names similar to the game you actually want. It's like a game in itself.
I love Stardew Valley.
What'd you say?
Stardew Valley.
Support for Counter-Strike Global Offensive officially ended when the clock struck midnight on the new year. A legacy version of CSGO was left up after
enemies
the launch
dropping
of
into the
Counter-Strike 2
AO
for users of macOS or older hardware not supported by the newly released Smoke Simulation. Unfortunately, support for that legacy version ended yesterday, and that means official matchmaking will no longer be. But don't worry, all the other parts of the game are
still
just
active. That is a target-rich environment. Gulag is closed until further notice.
He's won! He's won! And we mentioned this briefly on TechLink yesterday, but nearly the moment Steamboat Willie entered public domain, someone decided to make a horror game called Infestation 88.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Horror experience about a group of exterminators that fight infestations of twisted urban legends and also medieval. It follows other horror games based on beloved, now copyright-free characters. Turns out it isn't just Hollywood that's out of these. Someone saw indie co-op horror hits like Phasmophobia and Lethal Company and thought, I might add a 100-year-old IP to this, and somehow still have
Gas is inbound.
Next, bring me your own help.
And you should think hard about coming back on Thursday to get another sweet dose of that.
Head to the safe zone.
Who knows? Games may finally return our calls. We'll keep trying. What if Sherlock Holmes was a vampire and dumb? Dumb vampire Sherlock Holmes? Who's the killer? Well, I don't know. Come here.
Over the last couple of days, I told you the top 5 worst games and worst movies of 2023.
You're the last of your squad. Finish this.
2023 had high highs and low lows. It was a year that pumped out some absolute classics and some assets. Like, I'm talking some true turbo-ass trash. In both categories, we saw some horrible movies and some horrible games, and I already told you what the 5 worst were in each category. So now it's
only 25 left. Keep up the good work.
In each category. But I'm not going to do a top 5 best games and movies list. I'm just going to tell you what the singular best game and best movie of 2023 was. Because fuck you. I really just want to talk about the best game and best movie, and why settle for anything but the best? If you're not first, you're last, am I right? So let's go ahead and start with the best movie. I talked about it on stream a little bit, so I'll show you 2 clips there before diving a bit deeper. But this is one that I don't think anyone is expecting me to say.
but I'm telling you right now, this is the scientifically correct pick for the best movie of 2023. Just ask the big man upstairs.
You got gas
Talk to
inbound.
Rob tonight,
Safe
Rob
zone
will tell you he's
relocated.
right about the best movie of 2023, and you're gonna get a resounding yes. Hey, I don't think I'm gonna do a top
Occupation
best
scan.
movies of last year. I just did worst.
Get
So
on the
I'll give you
ground
my
or go underwater
best
to
movies
avoid
of last
detection.
year real quick. Godzilla Minus 1, I actually think is my movie of the year. I think Godzilla Minus 1.
Enemy scans active. Stay low. Enemy surveillance is offline. They've lost track of you.
This movie is the best
Target's
Godzilla
located.
movie they've ever
Go.
made, and it is incredible.
Gas is
Like, even if
moving.
you don't like Godzilla, it is still so good. So good. So I think this is my movie of the year. And then right behind that, I can even give you some of the wild, wacky numbers that we're just talking about them today.
Enemy surveillance
This
is
movie
down.
was filmed
They
on
lost
a
visual
roughly
on you.
$15 million budget, and right now it's done $81 million at the box office. And you would have no idea that this is a $15 million budget movie. This just goes to show how much bloat there is in Hollywood blockbusters. Because for $15 million, this competes with $100 million movies visually.
We gotta get in
Hands
here.
down, easy. It doesn't look like a low budget.
Oh, I was alone. You guys are pussies.
Failure ain't fatal. Just an opportunity.
I was alone, you little pussies.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
Now, I know some of you might be rolling your eyes like, oh, a giant monster movie being the best of 2023. Talk about the taste of a child. And you couldn't be more wrong. This movie is so much more than just like a giant monster destruction movie. It has so much to it. It is so deep. I think it's probably the most emotional movie of the year. Like, maybe not as emotional as Oppenheimer, to be fair, but it is still very close, and it offers so much. This is one of the few films I watched where I was so excited by it that I actually came and made a whole rant just going crazy over how good it was. Usually if I make a rant video on something I watch, it's about it being terrible. This was about it being terrific. The movie accomplishes a feat that science deemed impossible. They actually made you care about something that wasn't just Godzilla going around fucking things up. You actually get emotionally invested in the human characters because they were extremely well written with a really compelling narrative. It's the first time in any movie of this genre that I'm not dealing with that, Charlie.
The green one had a little bit of like.
Match found.
Just take a seat. I got this.
You guys took every one of my mains. What the hell? But I might make this work.
A little bit of oomph to it, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like a little bit of, you know what I'm saying? Like a little bit of, get that dog in you, that, you know what I'm saying? This one used to like Princess from a fairy tale.
The other one is like
You get that dog in you.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, what should I say?
I don't know. Who won the point? I don't know.
What should I say?
Charging
What do you
battery.
think?
Stay strong. The spike must be
Green?
delivered if we are to save our friends.
62%.
You, at least to me, are more appealing in the green beans. But, personally, I don't care what you were nothing, I'd be fine with that too.
I feel like okay, see, like, so this is, so blue is definitely more my comfort zone. But green is like,
Think of it this way. When's the gala?
next Sunday.
So, you got this. You got the time to stay for one.
Salam. Salam.
Green with hair up.
You look like that one actress.
That one in City of Visions.
Yeah.
The mom.
No, but the one who,
Where are
Is
you?
blue. In that green dress.
Bring them down.
Going up.
They're blind with fear.
What's up?
And what's the pole at? It's over?
We should rotate.
I'm buying both.
Alright.
That's too smooth.
Good kill. Don't die, don't die.
Got her. Kill yourself.
Get dick down. Like maybe go out there, you know, put your cards fishing for whatever you can find out there, and you know.
I want the one with the better Instagram story.
Oh, that's good for sure.
Or Instagram
25
story.
Viper.
One enemy remaining.
Planning B.
I think B, can you guys rotate, please?
You want guys?
Quickly.
She was mid.
I don't know.
I'm not liking the blue. I'm not.
All I care
I just threw fire at him.
you know.
Man, you're
She's
shit.
diffusing.
I got a good Instagram post out of it.
She's off.
She done. Goodbye. Nah.
Misconceptions that you should be aware of. Let's start out with one of the most coveted items for gamers.
Let's do this.
We've covered them quite a bit on this channel, but here's a concern some gamers have expressed that has nothing to do with how they actually perform. Who did...
We need to see that one. Pop, pop. I never restarted it. Pop, pop. I never did. Da da do do do. Ba da ba ba. Being all as you told.
Raise your spike in mid. That's not smart. Can you give it to someone? So that you can still go there. Or we could all go there.
You got neon? Thank you. All I have is my handgun. I didn't buy. I'm an idiot.
Oh. One's still in mid. Be careful.
You just watched the video.
I'm gonna go try to take Neon's gun. Oh shit, there's someone else there. Fuck, that's ISO or Fade or something. Oh, I'm running.
This actually drew some pretty harsh criticism from conservatives who think that
I'm splashed.
a little more
I just got
modestly.
clipped by. Oh
And
my
it's the
God, I'm
latest
blind.
sign of a growing
One
rift
enemy
among
remaining.
the socially conservative Republicans and
Ooh,
the
I'm
MAGA
horrible
crowd.
at
Deaf and dumb.
That stuff as much. So here's a selection of some of the most liked comments on your Instagram post. For instance, one person says, "While I am fond of Lara Trump, I have to say that this dress does nothing to enhance."
We could go B now that they think we're going A. Right? Please. Can we go B? Can we not have AFK people?
Don't hold back.
Oh my god.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted B.
I'm not AFK
My
people.
ultimate's
I was
ready.
just making dinner, sweetie.
Reloading.
Careful now.
Should Sugar pie, honey bunch. You know that I love you. I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else.
No charges left.
Got one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what? Is that a bulldog? She bulldogged me.
Last player standing. Spike down.
She's right there. Don't be peeking. Oh, what? Why are you doing that?
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off. Mark 2. Right where I thought. Gotcha. Enemy B. Enough. There.
Careful now.
Stay inside.
One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Watch your eyes.
Planet, my own.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else?
Uh-oh.
Just me? Okay.
We go! Nightmare takes them! Marked one. I have the spike. Enemies mid. I've got your trail. Enemy A. To disappoint me. They will fight. Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Phenomenal. We trained for this. Let's go. Keep it up. Enemy spotted A. Outside them.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted B. Nailed it. Snuffed out.
Last player standing.
Come on, let's go.
enemy remaining.
Going up. Watch your eyes. Got Spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you? There. Going B.
Careful now.
Going B. Many enemies A. Enemy spotted A.
You're coming?
Be at peace.
You go, Fade. What are you doing? You got the spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted.
Flash.
One enemy remaining.
Going up.
Nice work. You a bad bitch.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
Did I get banned?
Here.
Is this competitive?
It's you and
What
me.
rank is this?
Face your
There's
fear.
one coming to you. Was one coming to you?
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted A.
What? Got Spike.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Spike planted. My ultimate's ready. Come on, let's go! Watch your eyes!
Clutch.
I blew it twice! I fucking suck.
Again. Their fear is a track, and the track is fresh. Spike dropped. No more dreams. Let the spike. I have the spike. My ult's ready. I have the spike. Spike planted.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
He was straight across from where I was on the where I died. In that main door. You see her? You see her?
I'm twitchy here. Let's go already.
Let's flush them out. I've got your trail. Enemy spotted mid. There.
114 on Sky. What is going on?
Healing. One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Reloading.
Why do I suck so much?
$30 seconds left.
Planted. Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Why does she say such dirty things like that?
Thank you. I will hold up the sky. Still in sight. Many enemies A. I'll find you. Reloading. Mark
Back
one.
off and heal. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them. Night, night. Enemy down. My ult is ready. Nightmare, take them!
Spike planted.
I'll find you. Satchel out. Face your fear!
One enemy remaining.
They were not good enough.
Switching sides.
New fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah?
Let's make them dance. There. Precision kill. Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B. Spike planted.
Where?
One enemy remaining.
Where's that spike?
Careful now.
Main entrance, main entrance, main entrance. Try and stick it. Nice work.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Good afternoon. Are we gonna win this game? I kind of need to win. Just play the defense. Play the defense. You got this. Play the defense.
We found one. See ya! Enemy spotted A.
Shotgun there.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Shame. I love explosions. Reloading.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Anyone feeling generous? Anyone feeling generous?
I got you, bruv.
Back window. Back window.
Watch your eyes.
Oh my god, she's coming through with a fucking machine gun.
Spike planted.
Face your fear!
Last player standing.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Where are you? My ult's ready.
Spike down mid.
Bring them down.
Embarrassing.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Careful now. Going up.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? Let's start this party! There.
Careful now.
They're in B. They're in B on the backside.
Welcome to my world.
Watch your eyes.
Spike planted.
22 Sky in the back.
Reloading. I've got your trail.
They were all on that back wall, but it's a little late now. We're gonna lose this.
Grenade.
Last player standing.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
It's you and me.
Spike planted.
Here. Come on, let's go.
Nightmare, take them!
Going up.
Last player standing.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that. Stay out of my home. There. I'll find you. Grenade!
You're waiting mid.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
Face your fear! Spotted
What? What?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Dismiss.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy B. Enemy spotted B. One down.
Where I belong.
You disappoint me. Oh, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose. Time to work.
It's you and me.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Match point.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
I'll hunt down Sky.
Hey.
No help.
Spike down B. Mid.
Oh.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Welcome to my world. Here comes the party.
Last player standing.
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
I'm going back A. Let's stack A. Let's stack A. Let's stack A.
I've got your trail.
Okay, maybe there be. Maybe there be. Maybe there be.
Spike planted.
Come on, let's go!
Face your fear! One enemy remaining.
142, 142, 142. Shh. She's in that door. That door, yes. Go stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it. Someone help her. Stick her, stick her. Oh my god, you didn't. Oh my god, how do you blow that?
Attackers win.
Blowing like a bitch.
Her image or beauty, sorry, but poor choice of wardrobe. That got 832 likes as we produce this story, probably increased by now. Another person writes, please, women of America that are in powerful positions, please put clothes on. Sorry, young girls will know how to dress and be prudent or... Okay. I love the Trump family, but I want to be able to distinguish you from the world. In 2016, during the election, you heard the tape of Trump talking about grabbing women without asking in their genital region. Like, why are we pretending like, oh, no, this was a typical traditional conservative family? And I am shocked that they are not socially conservative. Shocked. Okay, all right.
Yeah. I mean, just real quick note on that. That's why I think this story is so interesting, because it shows that natural contradiction within the Republicans. Donald Trump is everybody knows he's a slime ball. Everybody knows that he was having sex with porn stars while his wife was pregnant and had just delivered, etc. Everybody knows that he grabs women in the genitals without,
and brags about it.
And brags about it. You guys know he's a dirtbag. But for Republicans, they think, no, the Trump family is untouchable. There are cult leaders. And so, are you guys really pretending that they have conservative family values? I mean, if you want to look extra ridiculous, that's what you should do. But that contradiction was never pointed out before. But now they're having a little bit of cognitive dissonance here. Wait till they find out that Kimberly Guilfoyle is also not a chaste, untouched woman, and etc. So I never thought that their family values made any sense. But to have the Trump family carry the banner of family values, well, that's what's causing this rift.
More comments. Laura and Kim should have Melania's people dress them. She always looks so classy. Another person says...
Does she? I bet the ones where she was not dressed.
Yeah, and that's a reference to the photo shoot she did when she was a model. There was one where she was like literally naked. I don't care about it, right? I'm not judging. She was a model. Models sometimes pose nude, and she
sometimes with other women.
Yeah.
She should be banned in Florida, but okay.
Not a good look for you. Not a good look for you. Trump 2024 with 2 American flags.
Ironic.
I love Laura.
Her last name is literally Trump, by the way.
I love her, but this dress is trashy. Now, to be fair, there were a lot of comments in support of the dress too, but they don't have nearly as many likes as the critical comments.
Who cares?
Yes, Mama got 94 likes.
About her dress.
Rocking that dress with all your hard work. I hope you felt a beautiful and fun. I hope you felt as beautiful and fun as you look. Here's to 2024. Blah 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 blah. You get the point. Anyway, I have been noticing this division between, like, again, the trad community among Republicans and the more, I want to say, socially liberal, I guess, although they're not really liberal. They definitely vote along with the right wing. It's just that in some social issues, they want a little more freedom.
Nah, yeah, you're being generous to them. Here's how I would characterize it. You have the trad community, which is, if you're not familiar with the latest lingo, is like the more conservative family values
traditional
of the past, right? And now we don't agree with that group, but at least here and in the swimsuit model story we did of the MAGA guys last week, they're at least being consistent for the first time in my lifetime. Like before, it was all like, oh, if gay people are the worst, etc. But if a Republican does X, Y, Z, totally great, awesome, family values, way to get more abortions, DJRLA. So that's the Republican congressman, etc. We pointed that out many times. But the second group, I don't think is what I would call the MAGA group. But it's a little, I'm sure some parts of MAGA are in the other group too, right? But it's the macho guys, the guys who are looking for an alpha leader. The incels, the aggressive trolls online, the 4chan, the 8chan, all those guys who are all like, yeah, women suck, yeah, we're awesome, we can do whatever we want, man, just sexier, right? So they're also in the Republican tent. And so I've been waiting, looking inside the tent going, when are those two guys going to fight? Right? Yeah. Because, and the reason they weren't fighting is because the guys who were in favor of family values theoretically were like, yeah, but secretly, we don't care about that. Oh, who does Trump hates the guys we hate? God. But now, look, a couple of them have showed up, and they're saying, we kind of halfway meant it, so this is making us uncomfortable. Now I'm super curious what happens next.
Look at that, curious what happens next. Nothing. They continue to wear dresses. What? Broke the fuck about what the Republican Party said. What a dress.
Over the last couple of days, I told you what the top 5 worst game.
It is the final month of 2023, so I thought I would do something.
It's time to quit letting your gameplay comparisons look like hot garbage. Or if you want to feature old school game sprites, that looks like garbage too. Here's how to fix it. I'm going to show you how to do it in DaVinci Resolve, which is the best video editor to use for this because it gives you control over your scaling. Then I'm going to show you a hacky workaround for Premiere Pro, and then I'll show you what to do if You don't want to do that workaround for Premiere, or you're using another video editor using a secondary program, which will unfortunately be Windows only. Let's jump in. Synth Rock expansion packs 1 and 2, now available on USB cassette tapes. Get a piece of backing track that tethers our classic roots to our modern streaming world, and get music to use in your streams and videos. Support our free music project by picking up a set for yourself and get some free bootleg buddy bits with your order at glitch.mov/synthrock. First and foremost, of course, the quality of your capture matters. If you're doing true, like, pixel peeping comparisons, you need to be capturing in the 444 chroma subsampling color space, which is just uncompressed color. This is very difficult to do. It requires very specific capture cards. I cover this very in depth in my OBS masterclass, linked in the description below if you want to go check that out, glitch.mov. But TLDR is you will need a capture card that supports it, like a Magewell capture card from the 4K era, or the Elgato 4K 60 Pro, Elgato 4K Pro, or AverMedia Live Gamer 4K, and then you'll need some very beefy graphics power, like an RTX 4090, or to be on a Mac Studio gear, which actually supports it pretty well overall using ProRes 444. The difference here, I'll just use a clip from my course real quick. Chroma subsampling is a technique used in digital images and video compression to reduce the amount of data needed to represent the color information. In simple terms, it's a way to make image and video files smaller without losing too much quality. Images and videos are made up of pixels, each pixel having a specific color and brightness level. The color of a pixel can be described using different components, such as brightness, luma, and color, chroma. Human eyes are much more sensitive to changes in brightness than color, which is the main idea behind color, chroma subsampling, not color subsampling, but basically the same thing. Chroma subsampling works by reducing the resolution of the color, the chroma information, while keeping the brightness, luma information at full resolution. It does this by averaging or sharing color data from nearby pixels, which results in a smaller file size without a noticeable loss in quality most of the time. Common chroma subsampling ratios are written as 422, 420, and 444. But even if you have 420 color space, this can look a lot better than what it does here. What it comes down to is the default scaling algorithms, the math that they use to upscale your video when you're zooming in to show stuff like this, is designed around live action video, which needs a little sharpening, needs a little nudging to look good, but video gameplay footage typically doesn't. And so you see here, despite being a 444 4K capture here, we have all sorts of ringing and other artifacts that shouldn't be there because we captured the purest pixels ever. Well, in DaVinci Resolve, we need to go to our inspector panel. If you don't see this here, it's up at the top. Make sure you're on the edit tab, which is the third one at the bottom. Make sure you have the inspector section shown, and then scroll all the way to the bottom, retime and scaling, and then the bottom of that, resize filter. By default, project settings are set to sharper, which is what this is. This is, you kind of want to leave this on default, like you could go in here, project settings, image scaling, and you could change the default for your projects and your default project setting and whatever to be nearest neighbor, but that's going to make your live action footage and everything else look kind of funky. So unless you only ever edit pixel art gameplay videos, I recommend not doing that. Instead, you need to change this on a clip-by-clip basis. If you haven't added your clip to the timeline, you can actually select them in your bin and then use the inspector panel to change this. Otherwise, if you have it on the timeline, you'll have to change it here. You're just going to have to remember to do this every time. That's just how it works. I don't always remember. You need to. This is also useful for screen capture footage for tutorials. Again, I have a whole episode of my OBS masterclass dedicated to this, but change the resize filter to nearest neighbor. This is nearest neighbor integer scaling, and as long as you are at a reasonable scale, it's going to look pretty clean. You can see here we are zooming in 10.680 times a 4K image on a 4K timeline, so we're still going to get some noise because it's not going to be super perfect. But if we drop that down to just 10, looks a little bit cleaner. You also have the algorithm called box, which is a similar algorithm which may or may not work a little bit better for these odd scales. Overall, it's about the best you're going to get. I was recording with HEVC encoding with this sample, which means there is still going to be some compression artifacting even at my best effort. But you can see here, it looks miles better than the default sharper one. Now those are some crispy sharp pixels. Okay, so that's what the difference is here. This is a better example. This is recorded from the analog Super NT Mini Super Nintendo, which is HDMI, clean digital out. The link to the past footage here is recorded from my noisy actual hardware Super Nintendo. So that's why we got a little bit of extra artifact in here. But you can see here, the difference is, woo! That's nearest neighbor, box, basically looks the same. This is the default. That looks like useless garbage. I would laugh at you if you're like, here's how the RetroTink 4K looks, and this is what you're showing. Here's neighbor. Ooh, those are going to cut you. Wear gloves. The same thing can be said with a sprite PNG here. Again, this looks like absolute dog doo-doo. If we come down here and choose nearest neighbor, crisp. Look at how crisp, even if I zoom in again on my timeline. These are pure pixels, baby. Pure pixels. Ideally, if you could record your gameplay videos in raw PNG frames in 444 for every frame, that would be great. That would take up an absurd amount of space and very hard to do. But that looks amazing. That looks way better than this. And usually the stuff I see in videos where they show old Pokemon sprites and stuff looks like this or even worse. So in Resolve, it is super easy. You choose near.